Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I'm still not sure if I should be writing this down. Part of me wants to forget everything, but another part knows I'll never truly escape the memories. I'm 29 now, and it's been 10 years since I left that house for good, but sometimes I still wake up in cold sweats thinking I'm back there. From age 6 to 19, I lived in what I can only describe as a house that fed on misery. My family was complicated. My dad was an alcoholic with a violent streak, and my mom was always caught between protecting us kids and being his target. There was a lot of screaming, a lot of broken things, and a lot of nights where I'd hide under my blankets praying for morning to come. But the thing is, I don't think we were alone in that house, and I don't mean neighbors or relatives. I mean something else, something that watched us, that seemed to grow stronger when things got bad between my parents. The first time I noticed something wasn't right, I was probably around 7. I was walking down our hallway to the bathroom late at night. We had this long mirror at the end of the hall. You know, one of those cheap, full-length ones with the fake wood frame. As I was walking past my parents' bedroom, I glanced toward the mirror and froze. Standing in the reflection wasn't me. It wasn't anyone I recognized. It was tall, much taller than my dad even, with what looked like the head of a goat, but standing on 2 legs like a man. I remember its eyes most of all, yellow and rectangular pupils, like nothing I'd ever seen before. It was just standing there, watching me. I screamed and ran back to my room, diving under the covers. My mom came in and tried to calm me down, but when she checked the hallway, there was nothing there. She told me it was just my imagination, that I'd had a bad dream, but I hadn't been asleep. After that night, I saw the goat man several more times over the years, always in reflections. Sometimes in the hallway mirror, sometimes in windows at night, once even in a puddle outside after rain. I learned not to scream. I learned not to tell my parents, who had enough problems without me making things up. When I was 11, my older sister got a Ouija board from a friend at school. Mum would have freaked if she knew, so my sister kept it hidden in her closet, wrapped in an old t-shirt. One afternoon when she was at a friend's house, I snuck into her room to look at it. I was curious. I'd heard the other kids talking about them at school. I found it easily enough, but didn't touch it. Something about it made me uneasy. Instead, I just looked at it for a while, then carefully put it back exactly as I'd found it, with the t-shirt covering it. The next day, my sister came screaming into the kitchen where I was eating cereal. She was holding the t-shirt, which now had a perfectly circular hole burned right through the middle, right where it had been laying on top of the board. There was no fire damage anywhere else in the closet, no sign of any heat source, just this perfect, singed circle. My parents blamed my sister for playing with matches, which she denied. In the chaos, I snuck back into her room and took the Ouija board. I broke it into pieces and threw it in the dumpster behind the convenience store 3 blocks away. I never told anyone. Things got worse after that. We'd hear footsteps at night when everyone was accounted for. Doors would close by themselves. The TV would turn on at full volume at 3 in the morning. My mum started getting more religious, putting crosses up in every room. My dad drank more. The fighting got worse. When I was 15, I was vacuuming the hallway on a Saturday morning. Everyone was home. My dad was passed out in the living room after a bender. My sister was in her room with headphones on, and my mom was making lunch in the kitchen. I remember it was sunny outside, completely normal. As I was pushing the vacuum back and forth, I happened to glance up toward my parents' bedroom doorway. There was a woman standing there watching me. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned white nightgown, and her hair was long and dark. For a split second, I thought it was my mom, But then I realized this woman was taller, thinner, and her face. I couldn't quite make out her face, like it was blurred or constantly shifting. I killed the vacuum and called out, "Mum?" The woman didn't move or respond. Then I heard my mum's voice from the kitchen asking if I wanted a sandwich. I looked toward the kitchen, then back to the doorway, but the woman was gone. With shaking hands, I walked to my parents' room and looked inside. Empty. I went to the kitchen and found my mom making sandwiches, wearing jeans and a red t-shirt, not a nightgown. "Did you just go to your bedroom?" I asked her. She looked at me like I was crazy. "No, I've been here making lunch for the past 20 minutes. I never told her what I saw. What was the point? But after that I started seeing the woman more often, never for more than a few seconds, and always when I was alone. Sometimes at the end of hallways, sometimes looking in through windows from outside, sometimes just a glimpse of white fabric disappearing around a corner. The more my parents fought, the more frequent these sightings became. It was like the house was feeding on our misery, growing stronger with each broken plate or drunken rage. By the time I was 17, I was sleeping with my light on and had developed insomnia so bad that I was falling asleep in school. Things finally came to a head when I was 19. My dad had lost his job months before, the bank was threatening foreclosure, and my mom had started talking about leaving. It was a pressure cooker of tension and fear. The night before we were forced to leave, I couldn't sleep. Everyone else was somehow managing to rest, but I kept hearing whispers coming from the walls. Around 2 in the morning, I distinctly heard my name being called from the hallway. It wasn't my mom's voice, or my dad's, or my sister's. It was different, hollow somehow. I buried my head under my pillow and somehow eventually passed out from exhaustion. The next day, we were packing the last of our belongings into a U-Haul. My parents had found a small apartment, but there wasn't going to be room for all our stuff. I volunteered to stay behind and do one final sweep for anything important we might have missed. Big mistake. As soon as everyone left, the house felt different. It had always been oppressive, but now it felt actively hostile. The air seemed thicker, harder to breathe. I started in the bedrooms, grabbing a few forgotten items and shoving them in a backpack. To keep my nerves in check, I started whistling, just some random tune I made up on the spot. The sound of it made me feel less alone, less vulnerable. I was in my old bedroom when I realized I wasn't the only one whistling anymore. The same tune I'd been whistling was now coming from somewhere else in the house, from the hallway it seemed, but there was something off about it. The pitch was slightly wrong, like someone trying to mimic human whistling, but not quite getting it right. I froze, backpack clutched to my chest. The whistling continued, now moving closer to my bedroom door. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then it stopped, right outside my door. The doorknob started to turn, slowly. I don't remember exactly what happened next. I think I threw the backpack at the door and bolted for the window. I remember scrambling down the side of the house, scraping my hands and knees on the rough siding. I remember running all the way to where my family was waiting with the U-Haul, 3 blocks away. My mom asked why I was so pale, why my hands were bleeding. I told her I fell. I never told any of them what really happened. We drove away from that house and I swore I'd never go back. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night in my own apartment, I swear I can hear that whistling again, just on the edge of hearing. That house has had at least 6 different families move in and out over the past decade. Nobody stays longer than 8 months. The real estate listing keeps dropping in price. Sometimes I drive by just to make sure it's still there and not some figment of my imagination. It always is, looking more run down each time. I've researched the house's history since then. Before my family moved in, it had belonged to an older couple. The husband died of a heart attack in the upstairs bathroom. The wife lived there alone for a year before hanging herself in the hallway, right where I always used to see the goat man in the mirror. Before them, records get spotty, but there are newspaper clippings about a family in the 70s who left suddenly, claiming the house was unhealthy for their children. I'm in therapy now, working through the trauma of my childhood. My therapist thinks the paranormal experiences were my young mind's way of processing the domestic violence and instability. Maybe she's right. Maybe it was all in my head. But that doesn't explain why. Last month, I ran into my old next-door neighbor at a gas station. We got to talking, and she mentioned the house, how nobody stays there long. "There's something wrong with that place," she told me, lowering her voice like she was sharing a secret. "The family there now, their little boy keeps talking about the man with the goat head who stands in his doorway at night." I didn't tell her I'd seen him too. I just nodded, paid for my gas, and left. I still have nightmares about that house. I still wake up certain that I'm back in my old bedroom, hearing footsteps in the hall. And sometimes, very rarely, when I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror, I swear I see someone else standing behind me just for a split second. I'll never go back to that house, but sometimes I wonder if part of it came with me. Du try story 2. So, I still get chills thinking about what happened last September. My husband Dan, our 2 teenagers, and I were having a pretty normal Tuesday evening. We'd just finished dinner and were cleaning up the kitchen, laughing about something that happened at my son's soccer practice. It was around 7 in the evening, already dark outside since fall was setting in. Our house is in one of those typical suburban neighborhoods, not too fancy, not too modest, just regular homes with well-kept lawns. We've lived here for almost 13 years and never had anything strange happen, not until that night. We were all in the kitchen when we heard it, a knock at our back door, not the front door where people usually come, but the back door that leads to our patio and backyard. I remember exchanging a confused look with Dan because nobody ever uses that door except us. Our friends and family know to come to the front. "Are we expecting anyone?" I asked Dan, and he shook his head. The knock came again, more insistent this time. I wiped my hands on a dish towel and walked over, flipping on the patio light as I approached. Through the window in the door, I could make out the silhouette of someone much shorter than I expected. When I opened door, I was surprised to see a tiny elderly woman standing there. She couldn't have been more than 4'10", with deeply wrinkled skin and grey hair pulled back in a tight bun. What immediately caught my attention was the amount of jewelry she wore. Gold rings on almost every finger, several gold necklaces of varying lengths, and at least 4 or 5 gold bracelets on each wrist. They made a soft jingling sound every time she moved. "Can I help you?" I asked, already feeling uneasy. Our backyard connects to a small wooded area that separates our neighborhood from another one, but it's fenced in. How did she get back there? "I'm looking for my daughter," she said in a heavy accent I couldn't quite place. "Maybe Eastern European. She is here. I need to come in." Her eyes were dark and intense, fixed on me with such certainty that I instinctively stepped back a little. "I'm sorry, but there's no one else here except my family," I told her, trying to be polite but firm. "Maybe you have the wrong house." She shook her head slowly. "No, my daughter is here. I need to come in now." She took a small step forward, and I noticed she was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dress with a cardigan despite the warm evening. By this point, Dan had come up behind me, and our kids were watching curiously from the kitchen. "Mom," Dan said gently, "we don't know your daughter. There's no one here by that description." The woman didn't seem angry or frustrated by our response. She just stared at us with those dark eyes, completely calm, like she had all the time in the world. Then she smiled. Not a warm smile, but one that made my skin crawl. "Okay, I'll leave now," she said, still smiling. "Tell my daughter I'll come back." And then she turned and walked toward the steps that lead down from our patio. Dan closed the door, and I immediately moved to the window to watch which way she went, concerned about an elderly woman wandering around in the dark. But she was gone. Completely gone. I'm not exaggerating or making this up. There was no physical way she could have made it down the steps and out of sight in the 2 seconds it took me to look out the window. Our backyard was well lit from the patio light, and I could see all the way to the fence. She had vanished. Where did she go? I asked Dan, who was looking out the window beside me. I don't know, he replied, his voice tense. That's weird. We both stood there for a minute, scanning the yard, before deciding maybe she had moved faster than we thought possible. Dan went outside to check and came back saying there was absolutely no sign of her. We tried to shake it off. Kids need to be shielded from weird stuff, right? So we joked about it being a confused neighbor, though we both knew none of our neighbors matched her description. We finished cleaning up and settled in the living room to watch a movie, though I couldn't stop thinking about those dark eyes and all that gold jewelry. About an hour into the movie, around 8:30, the power suddenly went out. Complete darkness enveloped us, except for the dim glow of our phones. This wasn't totally unusual. We'd had outages before during storms, but the sky had been clear all day. I'll check the breaker, Dan said, using his phone flashlight to navigate to the kitchen where our utility closet is. A minute later he called out, "Breakers are fine, must be the whole neighborhood." I found some candles in the kitchen drawer and lit them, placing them around the living room. The kids were actually excited by this point. A power outage was an adventure to them. We gathered in a circle on the floor, the candles casting long shadows on the walls, and started telling ghost stories to pass the time. That's when it happened. We were laughing at some silly story my daughter was telling when we heard it, a loud bang from the back of the house. Before we could react, another bang came from the side door that leads to our covered porch, then a third bang from our front door. All 3 exterior doors of our house had blown open simultaneously. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Dan jumped up immediately. "Stay here," he told us. But before he could move, a powerful gust of wind rushed through the house. It was so strong that the candles all went out at once, plunging us into darkness. Papers flew off the coffee table, and I could hear pictures falling from the walls. Then, in the exact same sequence they had opened, back door, porch door, front door, they all slammed shut with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. We sat there in the dark, nobody speaking, nobody moving. I was holding on to my kids so tightly my knuckles hurt, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably just seconds. Dan found his phone and turned on the flashlight. "Stay here," he repeated, his voice shaking slightly. I wanted to tell him not to go, but I also needed to know what had just happened. He checked each door, one by one, with me following close behind while the kids huddled together in the living room. Every single door was locked. Not just closed, locked, deadbolts and all. Exactly as we had left them earlier in the evening. "This isn't possible," I whispered. They were all open. We all heard it. We all felt the wind. Dan didn't answer. I could see the confusion and fear on his face as he double-checked each lock. As we stood by the front door, the power suddenly came back on. Every light we'd had on before the outage blazed to life, and the TV in the living room blasted at full volume, causing all of us to jump. Our movie was still playing right where it had cut off. My son rushed to grab the remote and lower the volume while my daughter started crying. I don't blame her. I was on the verge of tears myself. We checked every room in the house, every closet under every bed. We called our neighbors to see if they'd experienced the power outage too, but they all said their electricity had been fine all evening. We even walked around the outside of the house, looking for any sign of the old woman or anyone else who might have played some elaborate trick on us, but found nothing. That night, none of us slept in our own rooms. We dragged mattresses into the master bedroom and slept with all the lights on and the TV playing quietly in the background. I don't think any of us actually slept much. The next morning, I called a locksmith to check our doors. thinking maybe there was some weird mechanical issue that could explain what happened. He found nothing wrong with any of the locks. They were all in perfect working order, and there was no way they could have opened and closed on their own like that. We've had the electrical system checked too. No issues there either. It's been 8 months, and I still can't explain what happened that night. Sometimes I think about what the old woman said. Tell my daughter I'll come back, and I wonder if she was looking for someone who used to live in our house. We've owned it for 13 years, but I don't know much about the previous owners. Other times, I wonder if she was even human at all. The way she vanished so quickly, the timing of the power outage, the impossible way all 3 doors opened and closed in sequence while remaining locked. We've never seen the old woman again, but sometimes, especially at night, I hear a faint jingling sound, like metal bracelets clinking together. Dan says it's just the house settling or the wind chimes from our neighbor's yard. But I know what I hear. I keep wondering if she found her daughter or if she's still looking. And sometimes in my darkest thoughts, I wonder if one of us is her daughter. And she's just waiting for the right moment to come back and claim whoever it is she's looking for. Story 3. I still don't know how to process what happened last month. I've spent my entire academic career studying paranormal phenomena, but nothing prepared me for when my theories actually manifested in my own basement lab. I need to document this while it's still fresh, even though my hands are shaking as I type this. Some background: I'm Professor Adrian Thornton. I come from a long line of people with what my grandmother called the sight. My father could sense deaths before they happened. My mother would know who was at the door before they knocked. As for me, I've always had these moments of knowing things I shouldn't. When I was 11, I told my dad his girlfriend was pregnant before she even knew herself. In college, I knew exactly which research topics would yield results, almost like something was guiding me towards certain discoveries. These weren't just lucky guesses, they happened too consistently. After getting my PhD in parapsychology and weathering the mockery from mainstream academia, I dedicated my life to understanding these abilities that run in my family. I've spent 15 years conducting experiments in my home lab, documenting everything meticulously. My colleagues think I'm brilliant but misguided. My department chair tolerates me because my other research brings in grant money. 4 months ago, I started reading accounts from fiction writers who claimed their characters had somehow manifested in real life. Not as hallucinations, but as actual physical presences. Most psychologists dismiss these as creative people with overactive imaginations, but the consistency of the reports caught my attention. There were patterns. These manifestations often occurred during periods of intense focus, usually late at night. The characters typically appeared briefly, sometimes interacted with objects, then vanished. This sparked a theory I'd been developing for years. What we perceive as paranormal phenomena, ghosts, demons, angels, even UFOs, might all be manifestations of different dimensional planes interacting with our reality. If parallel worlds exist, as quantum physics suggests, then beings with certain sensitivities might be able to perceive or even move between them. So I designed an experiment. Instead of the usual broad attempts at contacting spirits, I wanted to target someone specific, someone who would understand what was happening and potentially communicate back. Someone unlikely to dismiss the experience as a hallucination. I chose John Constantine. Yes, the fictional character, the occult detective from the comics and that Keanu Reeves movie. My reasoning was simple. If fictional characters exist in parallel realities, created either by the collective unconscious or by writers, inadvertently tapping into existing parallel dimensions, then Constantine would be ideal. He's knowledgeable about the occult, experienced with cross-dimensional communication, and pragmatic enough to handle the situation. I set up an elaborate EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, experiment in my basement. multiple digital recorders, white noise generators, temperature sensors, EMF detectors, the works. I even included items associated with Constantine's character, a lighter, cigarettes, and a copy of the original comics. My research assistant thought I'd finally gone off the deep end, but he helped set everything up anyway. For 3 weeks, nothing happened. I'd sit in that basement for hours every night, calling out to Constantine, explaining my theory, asking for some sign of contact. The recordings contained nothing but static and my increasingly frustrated voice. Then came the night of October 14th. I started the session at 11:30 at night. Everything felt different immediately. The basement was unusually cold, around 55 degrees when it's normally closer to 65. The air felt thick, almost like swimming through invisible molasses. I checked the barometric pressure, but the readings were normal. "John Constantine," I began, following my usual script. "If you exist in any form, in any dimension that intersects with ours, I'm trying to establish contact. My name is Adrian Thornton. I'm a researcher studying cross-dimensional communication. That's when my digital recorder started malfunctioning. The battery level dropped from full to empty in seconds, then jumped back to full. The temperature in the room plummeted to 42 degrees. I continued, I believe that what we call fictional characters may exist in parallel realities. I've been trying to reach you specifically because you would understand what's happening." The white noise from my generator suddenly shaped itself into what sounded like a laugh. Not an actual voice, but the static itself, forming the pattern of a laugh. My skin broke out in goosebumps. 15 years of paranormal research, and I'd never experienced anything like this. "Is someone there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can you identify yourself?" The static shifted again. I swear it sounded like someone said, "Bloody hell, mate, you're persistent." I nearly fell out of my chair. I fumbled for my backup recorder to make sure it was capturing this. "John Constantine?" I asked. The static responded with what sounded like, "Who's asking?" My hands were trembling so badly I could barely operate my equipment. "Adrian Thornton. I'm a researcher studying—" "Yeah, heard you the first time. Question is, how are you pulling this off?" The voice was becoming clearer, less like static and more like an actual British accented voice coming through my speakers. Not loud, I had to strain to hear it, but distinct. "I've been studying my family's sensitivity to paranormal phenomena," I explained. "I believe we can perceive cross-dimensional communication." There was a long pause. The temperature dropped another 5 degrees. I could see my breath now. "Interesting theory," the voice finally said. "Not entirely wrong either, but you're messing with things you don't understand, Professor." I felt a surge of excitement and terror simultaneously. This was either the breakthrough of my career, or I was having some kind of psychotic break. "Can you explain what's happening, how this communication is possible?" "The walls between worlds are thinner than people think, especially around people like you. Sensitives, we call them. You're basically a walking interdimensional radio antenna." As the voice spoke, the lights in my basement began to flicker. My EMF detector went crazy, the needle pinning to the maximum reading. The air in the corner of the room began to shimmer like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. "Are you manifesting physically?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Trying not to, actually. Physical crossovers are dangerous. Rips the fabric a bit each time." The shimmering intensified. I could almost make out a human shape in the distortion, like looking at someone through frosted glass. My camera was pointed right at it, but when I glanced at the viewfinder, it showed nothing but empty space. "I have so many questions," I said. "Do all fictional characters exist somewhere, or only some? Is it our collective belief that creates these parallel realities, or do writers somehow tap into existing dimensions?" The shimmer in the air solidified slightly. I could make out the vague outline of a man in what appeared to be a trench coat. Bit of both, really. Thoughts have power. Mass belief can create resonance points between dimensions, but the realities already exist. Infinite Earths, infinite possibilities. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Can you prove you're really him, Constantine? The shimmer seemed to shift, almost like a shrug. What proof would convince you? Magic trick, bit of occult knowledge, or would you dismiss it all as hallucination anyway? Before I could answer, every light bulb in the basement exploded simultaneously. I yelped and ducked as glass rained down. When I looked up, the shimmering area had become more defined. I could make out facial features now. Sharp cheekbones, tousled hair. Your equipment's creating feedback, the apparition said, voice clearer now. Thinning the barrier too much. Not good. My backup recorder started smoking. The digital display on my thermal camera went haywire, showing impossible temperature readings that fluctuated wildly between -20 and +100 degrees. What's happening? I asked, panic rising in my chest. You're pulling too hard from your side, like trying to fish with dynamite. The figure was becoming more solid by the second. I could see the details of his face now. The rumpled tie, the 5 o'clock shadow. He looked exactly like the character from the comics, but somehow more real, more worn. He reached into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a cigarette. Don't suppose you've got a light? He asked, then glanced at the lighter I'd placed on the table as part of my experiment. Ah, prepared for me, were you? He reached for the lighter, and that's when things went completely insane. As his almost solid hand touched the physical object, there was a sound like reality itself tearing, a horrible ripping noise that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The air around us rippled like a stone thrown into still water. My ears popped painfully. Shit, he said, pulling his hand back. That's torn it. The wall behind him began to, I don't even know how to describe it, crack, peel. It was like watching paint bubble and split, except it was happening to actual reality. Through the widening tears, I caught glimpses of somewhere else. A skyline that wasn't from any city I recognized, buildings that seemed to defy physics. What have we done? I gasped. We haven't done anything, mate. You've punched a hole between dimensions. He looked genuinely concerned now, glancing back at the fracturing reality behind him. Others will notice, others will come through. What others? My voice came out as a squeak, the kind you don't want visiting. He turned back toward the tear. I need to close this before... That's when I saw them. In the widening gaps between our worlds, shapes were moving, not human shapes, something else. Long, sinuous forms with too many angles, bending in ways that hurt my eyes to look at. They seemed to notice the opening and began moving toward it. Constantine, if it really was him, muttered something that sounded like an incantation. The air around him began to glow with a faint blue light. He pressed his hands toward the tear, as if trying to push the pieces back together. Turn off your equipment, he ordered. All of it! Now! I scrambled to comply, yanking plugs and hitting power buttons. With each device that went dark, the tear seemed to shrink slightly, but those things were moving faster now, clearly intent on reaching the opening. Constantine's form was becoming less substantial as I shut down more equipment. The recorder, he said, pointing to my primary digital recorder that was still running. That's the anchor. I lunged for it and hit the stop button. The moment I did, there was a thunderous sound like a sonic boom. The pressure in the room changed so suddenly that my ears felt like they might explode. I was thrown backward, slamming into my work table. When my vision cleared, the tear was gone. The apparition was gone. The basement was exactly as it had been, except for the blown light bulbs and my scattered equipment. I sat there on the floor shaking, for what must have been hours. When I finally gathered the courage to check my recordings, there was nothing. Every device had been wiped clean. The digital files were corrupted beyond recovery. Even my backup drives contained nothing but static. The only evidence I have is the burns on my recorder where it overheated, the shattered light bulbs, and my own memory of what happened. It's been 4 weeks now. I haven't attempted any further contact. I'm afraid of what might come through next time. I've been having strange dreams, cityscapes I've never seen, creatures with geometries that shouldn't exist. Sometimes I think I catch glimpses of a man in a trench coat watching me from across the street, but when I look again, he's gone. I don't know if I made contact with a fictional character who somehow exists in a parallel dimension, or if I accidentally opened a door to something else entirely. What I do know is that the barriers between worlds are thinner than we think, and some doors, once opened, are very difficult to close completely. I'm writing this down because I need someone else to know what happened. My department would revoke my tenure if I tried to publish these findings. They'd say I hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe I did, but those things I saw coming through the tear, they saw me too. And I can't shake the feeling that they're still looking for a way in. Story 4. I never believed our house was haunted. I mean, we bought it last year, not some ancient Victorian with a sordid past. It's just a regular 3-bedroom in Willow Creek, built in the 2000s. Nothing special. But lately, I've been questioning everything I thought I knew about this place. It all came to a head about 3 weeks ago. Our son was only 6 weeks old at the time. Those of you with kids know what that's like. Pure exhaustion. That night was particularly rough. He just wouldn't settle, crying every time I tried to put him down in his bassinet. By 2 in the morning, I was doing the zombie walk around our living room, bouncing him gently, praying he'd fall asleep. That's when I first heard it, a sort of scraping sound from the kitchen, like something being dragged across the counter. With a fussy baby in my arms, I couldn't exactly sprint in there, so I slowly made my way around the corner, flipping on the light with my elbow. Nothing. Everything was exactly where it should be. I remember standing there, swaying side to side to keep the baby calm, staring at our perfectly normal kitchen. Both our dogs were accounted for. Our older lab was sleeping under the bassinet, some guardian he is, and our younger one was in the bedroom with Caroline. I checked the windows, all closed and locked. After a minute or two of looking around like an idiot, I chalked it up to sleep deprivation and went back to pacing. 10 minutes later, I heard it again. This time it sounded more like something falling, a soft thud, followed by what I could have sworn was the sound of our fruit bowl being moved. The baby had finally started to drift off, his little eyelids getting heavy, so I didn't dare rush. I waited until his breathing deepened before carefully making my way back to the kitchen. Again, nothing out of place. The fruit bowl sat exactly where it always does, the bananas and apples undisturbed. I even touched them to see if they were still settling from being moved. They weren't. By this point, I was getting annoyed more than scared. I needed sleep desperately, and these weird sounds weren't helping. I decided to sit in the recliner instead of walking around, hoping both the baby and whatever was making the noise would settle down. For about 20 minutes, everything was quiet. The baby was finally asleep on my chest, and I was just about to attempt the treacherous transfer to the bassinet when I heard it again. But this time, it wasn't just random noises. It sounded distinctly like footsteps, not heavy ones, more like someone trying to walk quietly across our tile floor. My heart started racing. I'm not normally jumpy, but being responsible for a helpless infant changes things. I carefully stood up, holding the baby close, and called out, "Hello?" in what I hoped was a normal, not terrified voice. Silence. I walked to the kitchen entrance again, this time not bothering with the light since it was still on from my last investigation. Still nothing unusual. I even checked inside the pantry and behind the island. Empty. This pattern continued for hours. Just when I thought it had stopped, just when the baby would start to drift off, those sounds would start again. Sometimes it was the scraping, sometimes the footsteps, and once what sounded exactly like our cabinet closing. Each time I checked, finding nothing, I grew more unsettled. Around 4 in the morning, I was beyond exhausted. The baby was finally in a deeper sleep, and I had placed him in the bassinet successfully. I curled up on the couch nearby, ready to jump up at the first cry. As I lay there, straining to hear any unusual sounds, I realized something that made my skin crawl. The noises only happened when I was holding the baby. In the 3 or 4 times I had put him down, trying to get him to sleep in his bassinet, the house had been completely silent. It was only when I picked him back up that the kitchen symphony would start again. By 5, I was sitting upright on the couch, staring at the kitchen doorway. The baby was asleep on my chest again. The noises had evolved. Now they sounded like someone slowly opening drawers, the subtle sound of the wood sliding against wood. I didn't bother checking anymore. I just sat there, watching the doorway, a strange certainty growing that if I went in there at the exact right moment, I wouldn't be alone. I must have dozed off briefly, because I woke with a start at the sound of something metallic hitting the floor in the kitchen. The baby stirred but didn't wake up. The sky outside was beginning to lighten with dawn. It was nearly 7 in the morning, and I had been up all night with these bizarre sounds. As the sun rose, the noises finally stopped. Caroline came out around 7:30, looking rested and concerned when she saw me still on the couch with the baby. "You been out here all night?" she asked, taking the baby from me so I could stretch. I nodded, not sure how to explain what had happened without sounding completely insane. I eventually mumbled something about him being fussy and me not wanting to wake her. I didn't mention the noises. What would I say? "Oh, by the way, I think someone invisible was rearranging our kitchen all night." I crashed hard after that, sleeping until nearly noon. In the daylight, it was easy to dismiss the whole thing as exhaustion-induced hallucinations. New parents hear phantom baby cries all the time, right? Maybe this was just an extension of that. For a couple of weeks, things were normal. I started to forget about that weird night. The baby was sleeping better, and so were we. I figured it was just one of those unexplainable things that happens when you're running on no sleep. Then last Tuesday changed everything. Caroline was working late, so it was just me with the kids. Our daughter is 3, full of energy and imagination. The baby was napping in his bassinet while I folded laundry in the living room. Our daughter was playing nearby, talking to her stuffed animals like they were having some important meeting. I wasn't really paying attention until she suddenly got up and walked over to our side table. We keep family photos there, our wedding, the kids' newborn pictures, and a few shots of extended family. She stopped in front of one particular frame and pointed excitedly. "Daddy, I saw her. She came to see me," she said, bouncing on her toes. I glanced up from the pile of tiny onesies. "Who did you see, sweetheart?" "Her." She jabbed her finger at the photo again. I put down the laundry and went over to see which picture she was pointing at. It was a shot from Christmas 2022, showing Caroline's grandmother, Mamu, as the family called her, holding our daughter when she was just 12 months old. Mamu had passed away 3 months ago. It was still raw for all of us, especially Caroline. "You remember Mamu?" I asked, kneeling beside her. She was so young in that photo, I doubted she'd have any real memories of her great-grandmother. She shook her head. "No, Daddy, I saw her. She came through my door." The hairs on my arms stood up. "When did you see her?" "Today, when I was playing." She smiled at me. She said it so matter-of-factly, like telling me she saw a bird outside. "What did she look like?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Like that." She pointed at the photo again. "But she had different clothes. And she was shiny." I sat back on my heels, a chill running through me. Our daughter was only 12 months old when that photo was taken. She couldn't possibly remember what Mamu looked like from her own memory. We hadn't shown her many photos since the funeral, trying not to confuse her with talk of death that she wasn't ready to understand. "Did she say anything to you?" I asked. My daughter nodded enthusiastically. She said I'm a good big sister and that she loves my baby brother. She leaned in close, like she was telling me a secret. She told me not to be scared of the noises at night. She's just checking on us. My blood ran cold. We had never mentioned the strange noises to our daughter. She slept through the night in her room across the hall. There's no way she could have known about what I heard. What noises, sweetie? I managed to ask. She shrugged. The kitchen noises. When the baby cries. Then, completely unconcerned, she went back to her toys as if we'd just been discussing her favorite cartoon. I sat there frozen, staring at the photo of Mamu. She had been incredibly close to Caroline, had been so excited about our son's arrival. She got to meet him just once before she passed away suddenly from a stroke. That night, after the kids were in bed, I heard them again, the same soft shuffling from the kitchen. This time, I wasn't afraid. I walked in and turned on the light. Mamu, I said quietly to the empty room, is that you? The air felt different somehow, heavier but not in a threatening way. A strange warmth seemed to pass through me. The fruit bowl on the counter shifted slightly, just an inch to the left, just enough that I knew I wasn't imagining it. I stood there for a long moment, tears welling up in my eyes. Thank you for watching over them, I whispered. The next morning, I found one of Mamu's old recipes, her famous banana bread, placed on top of our cookbook stack. Caroline swears she didn't put it there. It was one of the recipes we thought had been lost during Mamu's move to assisted living last year. I still don't know exactly what's happening in our house. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call it, but I do know that my daughter saw someone she couldn't possibly remember, and that someone or something moves around our kitchen at night when the baby is fussy. Sometimes I feel her presence most when I'm up late with the baby. The dogs will sometimes stare at empty corners of the room, their tails wagging slightly. The baby will suddenly calm down and stare at something I can't see, cooing and smiling. Just yesterday I could have sworn I smelled Mamu's signature perfume wafting from the hallway. Maybe some people would be terrified by all this. Sometimes I still get chills when I hear those sounds at night. But mostly I find it comforting to think she's still here. Still caring for her family, still wanting to be part of our lives. What keeps me up at night isn't fear that our house is haunted. It's trying to figure out how to tell Caroline that her grandmother visits our children in the middle of the night, and that sometimes when the house is quiet and the kids are finally asleep, I talk to her too. Story 5. I don't even know where to begin. My hands are shaking as I type this. I've tried telling people what's happening to me, but they just look at me like I'm crazy. Maybe putting it all down here will help someone else recognize what's happening to them before it's too late. Maybe someone will actually believe me. It started 3 years ago. I was at this underground art show in Oslo. I was there on a work trip and had a free evening. Someone I met at my hotel recommended checking out this alternative exhibition that was supposed to be mind-blowing. I've always been into art and thought, why not? The gallery was in this old industrial building, the kind with exposed pipes and concrete floors. The artwork was disturbing. Symbols I didn't recognize, paintings of distorted human forms, strange sculptures made from bone and metal. But I was drawn to it. There was this intensity to everything. I remember thinking it was edgy but impressive. This group of artists approached me, 3 men and 2 women. They all had this presence, like they commanded the room. They spoke perfect English with those lilting Norwegian accents. They seemed genuinely interested in my thoughts on their work, which was flattering. We ended up talking for hours. They invited me for drinks at some bar nearby. I was an idiot. I went. At the bar, they asked about my life, my childhood, my fears, my dreams. Looking back, they were mapping me, finding all my weak points. I remember feeling so special, like they'd chosen me. The drinks kept coming. One of them, Eric, I think his name was, kept touching my wrist when he spoke, maintaining eye contact just a little too long. I felt lightheaded, but chalked it up to the alcohol. Before I left, the woman named Astrid gave me a small wooden figurine, said it was a token of our connection. I still have it. Sometimes I think I should burn it, but I'm afraid of what might happen if I do. I flew home the next day with a hangover and didn't think much about them. That's when it started. Subtle at first, just a feeling of being watched. Then voices, not like schizophrenia. I've researched that extensively. These voices comment on everything I do. They speak with those same Norwegian accents. You're doing that wrong. Nobody respects you. Your family is embarrassed by you. You're nothing without us. 3 years. 3 fucking years of this. Day and night. I used to be strong. I ran my own business. I was confident, proud of what I'd built. People used to comment on my drive, my motivation. Now, I can barely get out of bed. They've hollowed me out. Yesterday was particularly bad. I woke up at 3 in the morning. They always wake me between 3 and 4. It's when they say the veil is thinnest. I felt pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. Then the whispers started, right in my ear, even though I was alone in my apartment. Time to get up, puppet. I tried to resist, to fall back asleep, but the pressure increased until I couldn't breathe. I got up. They wanted me to stand in front of the mirror. I didn't want to. They make me do this often. But my legs moved anyway. I stood there for an hour, just staring at myself while they listed all my flaws, all my failures. They made me repeat degrading things about myself. I used to fight back. I'd scream, throw things. Now I just do what they want. It's easier. They've broken something in me. By morning I was exhausted. I tried to make coffee, but they kept making my hands shake until I spilled the grounds everywhere. They laughed. They always laugh when they make me mess up simple tasks. I tried to put on music. I used to love music. Heavy metal was my thing. It made me feel powerful. They don't let me listen to it anymore. When I try, they create this piercing sound in my head that makes me nauseous. Instead, they force me to listen to this droning, repetitive electronic music that they say aligns me to their frequency. If I resist, the pain is unbearable. I got dressed for work. I've somehow managed to keep my job, though I've been demoted twice. They let me wear what they want me to wear. Black clothes, mostly. Nothing bright or confident. They say colors disrupt the connection. On my way to work, they kept switching my accent. 1 minute I was speaking normally, the next with a British accent, then something that sounded vaguely Russian. My co-workers notice, they exchange glances. I've heard them whispering about me, I don't blame them. At lunch I tried to eat a salad. They hate when I eat healthy. They want me weak. They made everything taste like metal, until I bought a candy bar from the vending machine instead. Small victory for them. Death by 1,000 cuts. The worst part is when they try to turn me into someone I'm not. I've always been strong-willed, independent. They're trying to make me submissive, weak, dependent on them. They keep pushing these sexual thoughts into my head, disgusting things that make me feel sick, things I would never consent to. They say eventually I'll give in, that I'll beg for it. I won't. I fucking won't. After work, I tried to call my sister. They hate when I talk to family. They started making my throat constrict. I could barely speak. When I pushed through, they made me say things that didn't make sense. My sister asked if I was drinking again. I've never had a drinking problem. That's another thing they do. They create false memories in the people around me, isolating me further. I hung up and cried in my car for 30 minutes. They mocked my tears, told me they'd stop if I just gave in completely, surrender my will to them, become their perfect creation. Never. Last night I found sleeping pills in my shopping bag. I don't remember buying them. $500 worth. They've been pushing me to take them all, promising the pain will end. I flushed them. They were furious. The pressure in my head was so intense, I thought my skull would crack. I vomited for hours afterward. I've tried everything. Medication does nothing. I've been on 6 different antipsychotics. They do nothing. Because this isn't mental illness. It's them. The doctors don't believe me. They just increase my dosage or try something new. I've consulted psychics, paranormal investigators, priests from 3 different religions. Some see something around me, a dark energy, they say. Others back away, refusing to help. One priest in particular looked terrified and told me to leave his church immediately. I've researched this Norwegian group. They exist, but they're elusive. Their art shows move around, invitation only. I've found hints online of others who've encountered them, threads that mysteriously get deleted, users who disappear. There are whispers about them in certain occult forums. Some say they practice something called shelatirai, soul thievery. They target people with strong wills, strong life force, and slowly drain them, feeding off their energy while reshaping them into servants. Right now, they're relatively quiet. This happens sometimes. They give me just enough space to think I might be free, then come crashing back even stronger. It's part of the torture. Hope, then despair. Over and over. They don't want me writing this. My head is pounding. My vision is blurring. They're trying to make me delete everything. They're threatening to wake my neighbors, make me scream obscenities until someone calls the police. It's happened before. I don't know how much longer I can fight them. 3 years. Feels like 30. I used to love driving my car. A restored 1978 Mustang. I worked on myself. They make me sick when I try to drive it now. They want me in public transport, surrounded by strangers whose energy they can somehow use. They keep changing how I see myself in mirrors. Sometimes my face distorts, or I see one of them standing behind me. They make food I used to love taste like ash. They put words in my mouth when I try to explain what's happening. They're erasing me piece by piece. If you're reading this and it's happening to you too, you're not crazy. If you've encountered people who seem too interested, who ask too many questions, who gave you something special to remember them by, be careful. Look for the signs. Unexplained voices with accents, sudden inability to do things you loved, feeling like your personality is being systematically dismantled. I don't know if I'll ever be free. Sometimes I think about ending it all, but I'm terrified they'd just follow me to whatever comes next. They've told me as much. Death isn't an escape, they whisper. We own you beyond the grave. I have to stop writing now. They're getting stronger. They're making my fingers type things I don't want to say. They're pushing images into my head. The 5 of them standing around my bed tonight, their hands hovering over my body, drawing something out of me with each breath. If anyone knows how to fight this, please help. I'm running out of strength. I'm running out of me. Wait. They're here. I can feel them. In my apartment. This isn't in my head. There's a cold spot moving toward me. My screen is glitching. I need to... say. Story 6. I still get chills thinking about what happened that evening. It's been almost 9 years now, but sometimes when I'm alone at night, I swear I can still hear it. I've never told this story publicly before, but I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I grew up in what most people would call the middle of nowhere, just a tiny dot on the map in rural Montana. Our town, if you could even call it that, consisted of a gas station with a mini-mart, where the same 3 guys would sit drinking coffee every morning, a small post office, and a white clapboard church. That was it. No stoplight, no school. We had to bus 30 minutes to the next town, not even a proper grocery store. Our house sat about a mile down a gravel road off the main highway. It was a pretty typical farmhouse, nothing fancy, but it had character with its wraparound porch and weathered blue paint. The property was surrounded by dense forest on 3 sides, with the front facing a clearing and the long driveway that connected us to civilization. Living there was mostly peaceful, but there was always something eerie about those woods. The trees grew thick and tall, creating this wall of darkness even in the middle of the day. Local rumors claimed there had been cult activity back in the 70s, and occasionally hunters would find weird rock formations or the remains of bonfires deep in the forest. As teens, we'd scare each other with stories about it, but most of us just accepted it as part of living rural, old legends and campfire tales. I was 17 when it happened, the summer before my senior year. My sister Emma was about to start college, and my mom had been taking senior portraits for her and some of her friends to save money. Mom wasn't a professional photographer, but she had a decent camera and an eye for composition. That evening in late August, she'd set up this backdrop frame in our front yard, just PVC pipes with a plain blue sheet, and had been photographing Emma and two of her friends all afternoon. The weather had been perfect all day. Clear skies, warm but not hot, with just enough breeze to keep the mosquitoes away. But around 7 in the evening, as the sun was starting to dip lower, the air changed. You know that feeling right before a storm, when the air gets heavy and has this electric quality to it? That's what it felt like. Dark clouds were building in the west, and we could hear distant thunder. Emma and her friends were finishing up their last outfit change when my mom noticed the weather turning. "Let's wrap it up, girls," she called out. "We've got about 15 minutes before that storm hits." They hurried through the last few shots, and when the first few raindrops started falling, everyone rushed inside. Emma, her friends, and my dad, who'd been grilling burgers for dinner. Mom asked if I could help her take down the backdrop frame before the wind picked up, so we stayed outside while everyone else headed in. We were working quickly, disconnecting the PVC pipes and stacking them to carry to the garage when I first heard it. At first, it was so faint I almost didn't notice, just a distant sound carried on the wind. "Do you hear that?" my mom asked, pausing with a piece of pipe in her hand. I stopped and listened. It was singing, or something like singing. A simple melody, just 4 to 6 notes, sung with ahs instead of words. It reminded me weirdly of that part in The Little Mermaid where Ariel sings to the prince, except there was something off about it. "Probably the church choir practicing," I said. The church was across the highway and through some trees, maybe half a mile as the crow flies. Sometimes on Sunday mornings we could faintly hear hymns if the wind was right. Mom nodded, but she looked uncertain. On a Thursday evening. We kept working, but the singing continued. And here's where it gets really strange. Each time the melody repeated, it sounded louder, closer. At first, I thought maybe it was just the wind shifting, carrying the sound better in our direction. But after the 4th or 5th repetition, it was unmistakable. Whatever was singing was getting nearer. By now, we'd finished dismantling the frame, but neither of us made a move toward the house. We were both just standing there, listening. The melody repeated again, and this time, it clearly wasn't coming from the direction of the church. It was coming from the woods. "Mom?" My voice came out higher than I intended. "I hear it too," she said quietly. The most disturbing thing wasn't just that it was getting closer. It was the quality of the sound itself. It wasn't a group of people singing in harmony. It sounded like one voice that had been, I don't know how else to describe it except cloned. Like someone had taken a single voice and duplicated it 20 times, so they were all singing in perfect unison. It wasn't a male voice or a female voice. It existed in some uncanny valley between the two, neither one nor the other. Thunder rumbled overhead, closer now, but neither of us moved. The raindrops were falling more steadily, but all I could focus on was that singing. It repeated again. And now it sounded like it was coming from just inside the tree line at the edge of our property, maybe 100 yards away. I glanced at my mum. Her face had gone pale, and she was staring at the woods with wide eyes. "We should go inside," she whispered, but her feet seemed rooted to the spot, just like mine. The singing stopped for a moment. the longest pause between repetitions so far, and in that silence, I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I was about to suggest we run for the house when it started again. This time it was everywhere. I don't mean it was louder, I mean it was surrounding us completely. The voices, that single voice multiplied into many, seemed to come from all directions at once, from the woods to our left, from the trees behind the house, from the forest edge to our right, even from the direction of the driveway in front of us. It was as if whatever was singing had somehow encircled our entire property in the span of seconds, and it was loud now, not distant at all, but right there with us in the yard. The sound had this impossible quality to it, like it was inside my head and all around me at the same time. I could feel it vibrating in my chest. Mum's eyes met mine, and I saw my own terror reflected there. Without a word, we both dropped the PVC pipes and sprinted toward the house. I've never run so fast in my life. The rain was coming down harder now, plastering my t-shirt to my skin, but I barely noticed. All I could think about was getting inside, getting away from that sound. We burst through the front door and slammed it behind us. Mom immediately locked it, then leaned against it, breathing hard. I rushed to the living room windows and yanked the curtains closed. "What's going on?" my dad asked, coming from the kitchen with a spatula in hand. Emma and her friends were sitting at the dining table looking confused. Mom and I looked at each other. How could we explain what we'd just heard? It sounded crazy even to me, and I'd experienced it. "There's something out there," was all I could manage to say. "What, like an animal?" Dad moved toward the window. "No exclamation mark," Mom and I said in unison, which made everyone stare at us. "Just don't open the doors or windows," Mom said. "Please." Dad must have seen something in our faces because he didn't argue. He just nodded and went to check that all the windows were locked. We sat in the living room, lights on, listening to the storm rage outside. The singing had stopped as soon as we'd entered the house, or at least we couldn't hear it anymore over the thunder and rain. Nobody asked us to explain further, which was a relief because I don't think I could have put it into words. Later that night, after Emma's friends had gone home and everyone else had gone to bed, I sat alone in the dark living room, peering through a crack in the curtains at our yard. The storm had passed, and moonlight illuminated the wet grass and the edge of the forest beyond. Everything looked normal, peaceful even, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching. The next day, Mom and I tried to talk about what had happened, but we couldn't make sense of it. We both heard the same thing. That was the important part. It wasn't just in my head, but what was it? Who or what could make a sound like that? And how could it have surrounded us so completely in just moments? In the years since, I've done a ton of research. I've looked into local folklore, contacted historians about the rumors of cult activity, even studied the acoustics of forests to see if there could be some natural explanation. Nothing fits. I've found accounts of strange sounds in woods all over the world, unexplained knockings, whispers, even music, but nothing that matches what we heard that evening. Sometimes I wonder if we interrupted something ancient, something that was passing through those woods and didn't appreciate our presence. Other times I think about how the singing seemed to be calling to us, drawing us in, and I shudder to think what might have happened if we hadn't run inside when we did. I still visit my parents at that house sometimes, though they've talked about selling it now that both my sister and I have moved away. I can never bring myself to walk near those woods alone. And I've noticed that my mum, who used to love gardening in the yard, now does most of her planting in pots on the porch. The strangest part is that in all my searching, I've never found anyone who's had a similar experience. It's like whatever visited us that evening was unique to those woods, to that moment in time. And sometimes when I'm lying awake at night in my apartment hundreds of miles away, I find myself straining to hear if that melody might start again, 4 to 6 notes, sung in perfect, impossible unison by voices that shouldn't exist. I've never been able to explain what happened that day. Maybe someone here has heard something similar or knows what kind of entity might sing like that. I just need to make sense of it somehow, because even after all these years, I still find myself looking over my shoulder whenever I hear someone singing. Story 7. I'm still trying to make sense of everything that's happened since we moved to Blackthorn Manor 8 months ago. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before, but that's changed now. I don't know who else to tell this to. My dad thinks I'm just being dramatic, and my stepmom tries to understand, but I can tell she's skeptical. I just need to get this off my chest. We moved here last June, when Dad got a job transfer to a small town in the English countryside. The house is massive, a 500-year-old stone manor with more rooms than we need, creaky floorboards, and windows that never seem to keep the draft out no matter how much we try to seal them. The real estate agent called it a historic gem with character. Yeah, character is one way to put it. The weird stuff started happening almost immediately, but it was subtle at first. I'd catch glimpses of something or someone moving just at the edge of my vision. When I'd turn to look, nothing would be there. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me in a new, unfamiliar place. Dad was the first one to experience something he couldn't explain. He was renovating the study, trying to turn it into a home office. He'd been working all morning and set his car keys down somewhere. When he needed to go get supplies, he couldn't find them anywhere. He searched the entire room, emptied his toolbox, moved furniture, checked all his pockets multiple times. After 20 minutes of increasingly frustrated searching, he gave up and asked me if I'd seen them. I helped him look, and we both swear we checked the antique sideboard at least twice. Dad even pulled out all the drawers. Then, when we turned around again, there they were, sitting right in the middle of the sideboard surface, impossible to miss. Dad just stared at them, then at me, and I could see he was genuinely freaked out. He tried to laugh it off, saying he must be getting old, but I could tell he was disturbed. A few weeks later, my stepmom's friend Maggie came to visit. She's always claimed to be sensitive to energies or whatever, which I used to roll my eyes at. She hadn't even been in the house for 5 minutes when she stopped dead in the middle of our entrance hall, her face going pale. "There are spirits here," she said, looking around like she could see something we couldn't. "Several of them. They're curious about you." Dad laughed nervously, and my stepmom tried to change the subject, but Maggie insisted. "They're not harmful," she said. "They've been here a long time. This is their home, too." I didn't know whether to believe her or not, but later that same day, something happened to my stepmom that she still can't explain. She was alone in the kitchen making dinner when she suddenly felt this intense cold sensation run down her spine. She described it as like someone dragging an ice cube down my back. Then, clear as day, she heard a voice whisper, "Liza Beth," in her ear, a nickname only her grandmother had called her. And her grandmother had been dead for 15 years. When she told us about it at dinner, her hands were shaking. Dad tried to rationalize it. Old houses make strange noises. Drafts can feel weird. Maybe she was just thinking about her grandmother and her mind played tricks on her, but I could tell he was spooked too. The next morning, around 5:30, Dad went downstairs to make coffee before work. It was still dark outside, but he noticed something in the garden through the kitchen window. A black cat with bright yellow eyes was sitting perfectly still, staring directly at the house. At him. He tapped on the glass, thinking it would run away, but it didn't move. Not even a twitch. He went outside to shoo it away, but it still just sat there, completely motionless, those yellow eyes fixed on him. After about 5 minutes, Dad turned away to grab his phone to take a picture, and when he looked back, the cat was gone. No movement, no sound, just gone. We don't have many neighbors out here, and none of them own a black cat. But all of this, the missing objects, the whispers, The strange cat. None of it compares to what I've been seeing. It started as just another shadow in my peripheral vision, but over time, it's become more. About 2 months after we moved in, I began seeing her, always in the same places. At the end of the upstairs hallway, in the corner of the dining room, at the bottom of the staircase leading to the cellar. A tall, thin female figure just standing there. I can never see her clearly. It's like trying to look at something through murky water, but I can always make out her smile, this wide, unnatural grin that stretches too far across her face. The first few times, I thought it was my stepmom just standing there weirdly. I'd call out, "Hey, what are you doing?" But there would never be an answer, and when I'd blink, the figure would be gone. As the weeks went on, I started noticing more details. Her hands hang at her sides, but they don't look right. Her fingers are too long, ending in what look like claws instead of nails, and she's always watching me. I can't see her eyes, but I can feel her gaze following me through the house. Last month, things escalated. I was heading up to my room after watching TV downstairs. It was around 11 at night, and everyone else had gone to bed. As I reached the top of the stairs, I saw her standing at the end of the hallway near my bedroom door. I froze, my hand gripping the banister. This time, she didn't disappear when I looked directly at her. She stayed, that horrible grin widening even further. Then she started moving toward me. Not walking exactly, it was more like gliding. Her feet didn't seem to touch the ground. I couldn't move. It was like my feet were cemented to the floor. As she got closer, the air around me turned ice cold. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. Even though it was the middle of summer, when she was about 10 feet away, I finally broke free of whatever was holding me in place. I turned and practically fell down the stairs in my rush to get away. I spent that night on the couch in the living room with all the lights on, too terrified to go back upstairs. I tried to tell Dad and my stepmom about it the next morning. Dad suggested I was having vivid dreams, or that my imagination was running wild because of the stories Maggie had put in my head. My stepmom was more sympathetic, but still suggested maybe I was just stressed about starting at a new school. Neither explanation accounted for the 3 long scratches I found on my forearm when I woke up. They weren't deep, but they stung like hell, and I have no idea how they got there. I didn't want to freak them out more, so I covered them with my sleeve and didn't mention them. Since then, I've seen her at least twice a week, always in the same places, always with that same terrible smile. And she started following me. If I see her at the end of the hallway and run to my room, I'll catch a glimpse of her standing in the corner when I close the door. If I'm in the bathroom, I'll see her reflection in the mirror behind me, just for a split second before she vanishes. The scratches have continued to appear, small sets of 3 parallel lines, always on my arms or back, places I couldn't easily scratch myself. They appear overnight, or sometimes when I'm alone in a room and feel that sudden cold sensation wash over me. Last week was the worst it's ever been. I was home alone. Dad was at work, and my stepmom had gone grocery shopping. I was in my room doing homework when my bedroom door slowly creaked open. I thought it was just the draft. The doors in this house are always opening and closing on their own, but then I felt it, that familiar cold that seems to accompany her presence. I didn't want to look up from my desk, but I couldn't help myself. She was standing in my doorway, closer than she'd ever been before. The details of her face were still blurry, but I could make out more than just her smile this time. Her eyes were completely black, like empty sockets, and her skin seemed to shift and ripple, as if there was something moving underneath it. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to scream or move. She tilted her head to the side at an impossible angle, like her neck had snapped, and then she was suddenly at the foot of my bed, barely 3 feet away from me. The temperature in the room plummeted so quickly that the glass of water on my nightstand froze over. She reached out one of those long-fingered hands toward me, and I swear I could hear her voice in my head. Not through my ears, but directly in my thoughts. It wasn't words exactly, more like impressions. Hunger, loneliness, rage. And underneath it all, a sense of cruel amusement, like this was all a game to her. Just as her clawed hand was about to touch my face, I heard the front door open downstairs and my stepmom call out that she was home. The figure jerked back, that horrible grin faltering for the first time, and then she was gone, not fading away or walking out, just there 1 second and gone the next. I ran downstairs and didn't leave my stepmom's side for the rest of the day. I couldn't tell her what had happened. She already thinks I'm being melodramatic about the weird vibes in the house, but I couldn't bear to be alone. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to find fresh scratches on both my arms, deeper than before, with tiny beads of blood welling up from them, and on my bedroom wall, visible in the moonlight coming through my window, were 3 long scratch marks that hadn't been there when I went to bed. I still don't know what to do. We can't move. Dad's job is here, and they sank most of their savings into buying this place. I've tried researching the history of Blackthorn Manor online, but there's surprisingly little information available. Just vague mentions of it being one of the oldest residences in the area, and hints about the original family dying out under mysterious circumstances in the early 1700s. I'm writing this from the local library because I don't feel safe using my laptop at home anymore. I'm afraid she might be able to see what I'm doing, that she knows I'm reaching out for help. I feel her watching me constantly now, even when I can't see her. That crawling sensation on the back of my neck, the sudden cold spots, the whispers that sound like they're coming from inside the walls. Last night, I woke up to find her standing at the foot of my bed again, just staring at me with those empty black eyes. She didn't move or try to touch me. She just stood there until the sun came up, and then faded away as the first light hit my bedroom floor. I don't know how much longer I can take this. The scratches are getting deeper, and yesterday I found one on my neck, dangerously close to my throat. Whatever she is, whatever she wants, I think she's getting stronger, or maybe she's just getting bolder. I'm terrified of what might happen next. And the worst part is, I don't think anyone would believe me even if I showed them the scratches. They'd just think I was doing it to myself for attention. I don't know who or what this entity is, but I know one thing for certain. She was here long before us, and she's not happy we're in her home. Story 8. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. I've always considered myself pretty rational. I'm an engineer by training, and I like things I can measure, test, and explain. But what happened to me at Wat Ban Rai in Thailand about 3 years ago has made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. My dad remarried when I was in college. His new wife, Kisorn, is Thai, and she's honestly great. Warm, funny, and she makes my dad happier than I've seen him in years. Last summer, they invited me to join them on a trip to Thailand to meet her family. I jumped at the chance. Free trip to Thailand? Who wouldn't? We spent the first week in Bangkok and then headed to the northeastern region, Isan, where Kisorn grew up. After a few days visiting her family in their village, Kisorn mentioned she wanted to visit a temple called Wat Ban Rai. Dad had caught some kind of stomach bug and decided to stay back at the hotel, so it was just going to be Kisorn and me. I wasn't particularly excited about it, to be honest. I'd already seen a bunch of temples in Bangkok, and they were beautiful, but they all started to blend together after a while. But Kisorn seemed really keen, so I agreed to go. The drive took about an hour and a half. As we approached, I could see why Kisorn had been so eager to visit. The temple wasn't just another traditional Thai temple. It was shaped like a massive elephant, built on artificial islands surrounded by water. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. "This is incredible," I said as we parked. "How have I never heard of this place?" "It's special," Kisorn smiled. "Not many tourists know about it. The locals call it the Elephant Temple." We crossed a bridge to get to the main structure. The detail on the building was insane. colourful mosaics covered nearly every surface, depicting Buddha, Hindu deities, and scenes from Thai folklore. Inside, it was even more impressive. The walls were painted with these elaborate murals showing the history of Buddhism and Thai culture. Kaizun explained some of the symbolism to me as we walked around, but after about 20 minutes, she said she needed to do some prayers and make offerings. She asked if I minded waiting. No problem, I told her. Take your time. I'll just find somewhere to sit. I wandered back outside and found a bench near the entrance. It was mid-afternoon, hot but not unbearable. There weren't many other visitors, just a few local families and what looked like some Thai students. I sat down, took out my water bottle, and just soaked in the atmosphere. I hadn't been sitting there long when someone sat down beside me. It was a young Buddhist monk, probably in his 20s, wearing the traditional orange robes. He smiled at me, and I nodded back, not wanting to be rude, but also not sure if I was supposed to speak to him. "You are American?" he asked in accented but understandable English. "Yeah," I replied, a bit surprised. "How did you know?" He just smiled. "I see many people come here. I know the faces." We started chatting. His name was Ajahn Somchai, though he told me to just call him Somchai, and he'd been a monk for 4 years. His English wasn't perfect, but he was clearly eager to practice. We talked about where I was from, what I thought of Thailand, and how I was enjoying my visit. Then the conversation took a weird turn. "You see the temple differently than others," he said, out of nowhere. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Some people, they have special eyes. They see what is hidden." I laughed uncomfortably. "I don't think there's anything special about my eyes." He looked at me very seriously. "The veil is thin in some places, thinner for some people." I didn't really know how to respond to that, so I just nodded. "The devil wears many faces," he continued. "Make sure he doesn't wear yours." Okay, that was definitely strange. I remember feeling a chill despite the heat, but before I could ask what he meant, he changed the subject, asking about my job and my family. The conversation drifted back to normal topics, and I started to relax again. We talked for what felt like just a few minutes. Then I saw Kizorn walking toward me, looking apologetic. "I'm so sorry to keep you waiting so long," she said. "No worries," I replied. "It's only been a few minutes." She looked confused. "James, I've been gone for 20 minutes at least." I checked my phone. She was right. Nearly 25 minutes had passed since she'd left me. It had felt like 5 minutes, tops. I turned to introduce her to Somchai, but the bench beside me was empty. The monk was gone. "Where did he go?" I said, looking around. "Who?" Kaisorn asked. "The monk I was talking to. He was just here." Kaisorn frowned slightly. "I didn't see any monks when I was walking over." I stood up, scanning the area, but there was no sign of him. "That's weird. We were just talking." Kaisorn didn't seem particularly interested. Maybe he had duties to attend to. "Are you ready to go? It's getting late." I nodded, still feeling confused about where Somchai had disappeared to so quickly. We started walking back across the bridge that led away from the temple. About halfway across, I felt a sudden urge to turn around and look back at the temple. What I saw made me stop dead in my tracks. There were orbs, I don't know how else to describe them, floating around the temple structure. They were metallic, sort of like mercury, but with iridescent hints of blue, purple, and gold. They varied in size from maybe a tennis ball to a basketball, and they were moving in these strange patterns, appearing and disappearing from sight. Some seemed to be vibrating at incredible speeds, almost blurring in and out of existence. "Kaisorn," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Do you see that?" She turned. "See what?" The orbs, those things floating around the temple." She squinted. "I don't see anything unusual." "They're right there," I pointed. "There must be at least a dozen of them. How can you not see them?" Kaisorn looked uncomfortable. "James, there's nothing there. Maybe it's the heat. Let's get back to the car." but I couldn't move. I was transfixed. The orbs were now arranging themselves in some kind of formation around the elephant temple spires. It wasn't random. There was a pattern to their movement, almost like they were communicating or performing some kind of ritual. "Can you take a picture?" I asked suddenly. "With your camera, please." Kaison hesitated, then pulled out her digital camera. She snapped a photo of the temple, clearly humoring me. "There. Can we go now?" I nodded, finally tearing my eyes away from the spectacle. As we walked to the car, the orbs remained visible to me, but no one else at the site seemed to notice them. People walked around normally, some taking photos, others chatting or praying. I felt like I was going insane. When we reached the car, I immediately asked to see the photo. Gedon handed me her camera, probably expecting me to see nothing unusual, and dropped the subject. But what I saw on that small screen made my blood run cold. Not only had the camera captured the orbs I'd seen, but it showed 3 or 4 times as many as I had noticed with my naked eye. They were arranged in complex geometric formations around the temple, concentric circles, triangular patterns and spirals. Some were partially transparent, others solid and bright, and in the center of the largest formation, directly above the main spire of the temple, was a massive orb that I hadn't even seen, at least twice the size of the others. "Oh my God," I whispered. "Look at this." I turned the camera to show Kaison, but she backed away, refusing to look at the screen. "I don't want to see," she said firmly. "We should go now." "But don't you want to know what those things are?" "No." Her tone left no room for argument. "Some things are better left unknown, James. Please, let's just go." The drive back was tense and mostly silent. I kept checking the photo on Kaison's camera, zooming in to examine the details of the orbs. They were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Not balloons, not drones, not any conventional flying object I could identify. And their arrangement was too precise to be random. When we got back to the hotel, I asked Kaison if I could keep the photo. She agreed on the condition that I never show it to her or mention what happened to her again. She also made me promise not to tell my dad, saying it would only worry him unnecessarily. I agreed, though I was bursting with questions. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the monk, Somchai, and his strange words. The veil is thin in some places, thinner for some people. Had he known what I would see, and what did he mean about the devil wearing many faces? I've spent the last 3 years trying to make sense of what happened that day. I've researched similar phenomena, looked into the history of Wat Ban Rai, and even contacted experts in unexplained aerial phenomena. I've shown the photo to a few trusted friends and one professor of physics I know. No one has been able to explain it. The photo still exists. I keep it on a flash drive, separate from my other photos. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, just to remind myself that it really happened, that I'm not crazy. The orbs are still there, frozen in their mysterious dance around the elephant temple. I haven't been back to Thailand since, though my dad and Kaison visit every year. I've never told them about my continued obsession with what I saw. But I can't shake the feeling that for a brief moment at Wat Ban Rai, I glimpsed something beyond our ordinary reality. Entities or phenomena from another dimension, briefly visible to me but imperceptible to most visitors to that sacred site. Whatever I saw that day, I know one thing for certain. There are things in this world, or beyond it, that defy our understanding of what's possible. And sometimes, for reasons I still don't understand, the veil between our world and theirs becomes thin enough to see through. Story 9. I still can't sleep properly, and it's been nearly 2 weeks since it happened. I've tried talking to my parents about it, but they just think I had a really vivid nightmare, or that I'm working through some kind of stress from school. I know what I experienced was real, though. I'm not crazy. I'm just a normal 16-year-old kid who saw something I wasn't supposed to see. It was on a Friday night, or I guess technically Saturday morning around 4:15. My parents had gone to bed hours before, but I was still up in my room playing Bloodborne on my PS4. I know, school night and all that. But it was the weekend, and I'd been stuck on this one boss for days. I figured I'd just power through until I beat it. Our apartment on 41st Street is pretty small. It's just a 2-bedroom place in this older building. Nothing fancy, but it's home. My room is across the hall from my parents', and I usually play with headphones on so I don't wake them up. That night, I had my door cracked open a bit to let some air in because my room gets stuffy. I remember I was fighting this boss for like the 20th time, and I was so close to beating it. But then I messed up the timing on a dodge and got killed. The screen went black with the "You died" message, and I threw my controller down on the bed next to me. I was frustrated, but not like yelling or anything, just that quiet anger when you know you should have won. That's when I noticed something was off. When the screen went black for those few seconds, I caught a glimpse of something in my doorway. At first, I thought it was just my hoodie hanging on the back of my door, creating a weird shadow. But when I looked again, I realized my door was still cracked open, and there was someone, standing there. I froze. My whole body just locked up. It was tall, way taller than any normal person should be. Its head almost touched the top of my doorframe, which is like 7 feet high. The shape was vaguely human, but wrong somehow. It was thin, too thin, like someone had stretched a person vertically, and it was dark, but not like shadow dark. It was more like it was absorbing the light around it. I couldn't make out any facial features. It was like looking at a silhouette, but 3-dimensional. The longer I stared, the more I felt this weird pressure building in my head, like when your ears need to pop but won't. I should have screamed. I should have pulled my blanket over my head or something. But instead, I did probably the stupidest thing possible. I got up. Something about this thing made me feel like I needed to confront it, like it was waiting for me, specifically. My legs were shaking so bad I could barely stand, but I managed to get to my feet. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. I took one step toward it, then another. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I was about 2 feet away, I stopped. We just stood there, me and this thing, for what felt like forever. Then I don't know why, but I took one more step forward, and I stepped right into it. That's when everything changed. The best way I can describe it is like I fell through a hole in reality. 1 second I was in my bedroom, and the next I was nowhere. It wasn't dark exactly, but it wasn't light either. It was like being in fog, but the fog was made of static, like TV static, but 3-dimensional and all around me. Time felt wrong there. I couldn't tell if I'd been there for seconds or hours. My body felt weightless, but also like I was being gently pulled in all directions at once. I couldn't see my hands in front of my face, but I could feel that I still existed somehow. The worst part was the silence. It wasn't just quiet. It was the complete absence of sound. I tried to scream, but I couldn't hear myself. It was like my voice was being swallowed up before it could even leave my mouth. And I wasn't alone there. I couldn't see anything, but I could sense presences all around me, like when you know someone's staring at you even though you can't see them. These presences felt ancient and curious, like they were studying me. I felt like I was being pulled deeper into whatever this place was. The further I went, the more I could sense suffering. Not physical pain, but a deep collective anguish that seemed to permeate everything. It was like I could feel the weight of thousands of people's worst moments all at once. Then, as suddenly as it began, it ended. I was back in my bedroom, standing in the exact same spot, staring at my empty doorway. My game was still paused on the TV screen. According to my phone, only about 20 seconds had passed, but it had felt like hours. I ran to my parents' room and woke them up, sobbing and trying to explain what had happened. My dad checked the whole apartment while my mum tried to calm me down. They didn't find anything, of course. How could they? Whatever I'd encountered wasn't something you could chase away with a baseball bat. I slept in their room that night, curled up in a sleeping bag on the floor like I was 8 years old again. I kept waking up every few minutes, terrified I'd see that figure standing over me. The next day, I spent hours researching online, trying to find anything that matched what I'd experienced. Most of what I found was just creepypasta stuff or people talking about sleep paralysis. But then I came across this obscure forum where people discussed something called the Hidden Veil. According to these posts, the Hidden Veil is like a parallel dimension that exists alongside our own, created by human suffering and trauma. It's like all the pain and fear people experience creates this energy that forms another layer of reality, and sometimes, when that energy builds up enough in one place, it can create tears or thin spots between our world and the veil. The entities that exist there, veil guardians some people call them, aren't exactly ghosts or demons. They're more like manifestations of collective trauma drawn to places or people experiencing intense emotions. They guard the boundary between worlds and sometimes they test people. They look for individuals who might be sensitive to the veil. It sounds crazy, I know, but the more I read, the more it made sense. Our building is old, built in the 1930s. Who knows what kind of suffering has happened here over the decades, and that night I was feeling pretty anxious about school and some other stuff. Maybe my emotional state was like a beacon to this thing. The forum mentioned that when someone encounters a veil guardian, it creates a connection. Like once you've seen beyond the boundary, you're marked somehow. The veil knows you now. Since that night, I've been experiencing weird things. Nothing as intense as what happened, but just off. Sometimes I'll catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Objects in my room will be slightly moved from where I left them. My phone will glitch and show strange symbols for a split second before returning to normal. Last night I woke up at exactly 4:15 a.m. for no reason. My room felt cold, and for a moment I thought I could hear a faint static sound, like what I'd heard in that other place. I was too scared to open my eyes, so I just laid there, heart racing, until I eventually fell back asleep. I don't know what to do. I can't tell my parents. They already think I'm just stressed out or having bad dreams. My friends would just think I'm making it up for attention. But I know what I experienced was real. I think about what it means that this thing found me. Was it random? Or was I chosen for some reason? And what happens now? Am I supposed to just go on with my life knowing there's this whole other reality existing alongside ours, filled with entities that can reach through and pull us in? The worst part is the waiting. I don't know if or when it might come back. Every night when I go to bed, I wonder if this will be the night it returns. Every time I walk through a doorway, I hesitate, afraid of what might be waiting on the other side. I've started leaving all the lights on in my room. I don't play Bloodborne anymore. Can't bring myself to look at those loading screens. I've even started sleeping with my door completely closed, even though it makes my room hot and stuffy. But deep down, I know these precautions are meaningless. If that thing, that veil guardian, wants to find me again, a closed door won't stop it. Nothing will. Sometimes I wonder if I should try to make contact with it again, to understand what it wants from me. But then I remember that feeling of being nowhere, surrounded by ancient suffering, and I can't bring myself to do it. So I just wait, and I wonder. And every time I walk down 41st Street toward our building, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched by something tall and thin and hungry, something that's waiting for me to step through the wrong doorway and fall back into that place between worlds. I don't know why I'm sharing all this. Maybe I just need someone to believe me. Maybe I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me what to do. Or maybe I just needed to get this all out before I completely lose my mind. All I know is that whatever I encountered that night has changed everything for me. I can't look at the world the same way anymore. There are things existing alongside us that we can't see, boundaries that aren't as solid as we think they are, and once you've glimpsed beyond those boundaries, you can never go back to not knowing they're there. Story 10. I never believed in any of that paranormal crap before moving back to Scotland. Honestly, I spent 31 years rolling my eyes at ghost stories and thinking people who claimed to see spirits were either attention-seeking or had drunk too much whiskey the night before. Even when I lived in rural Spain for those 6 years, where locals would tell all sorts of tales about haunted cortijos and abandoned fincas, I'd just nod politely while thinking they were full of it. I'd even gone ghost hunting with mates at places like Cortijo Gerardo as a laugh. We'd get drunk, wander around with torches and try to scare each other. Never once did I feel anything remotely supernatural. It was all just hocus pocus to me. That changed last October when I moved back to Scotland. After 6 years in Spain, coming home felt strange enough without adding ghostly encounters to the mix. I was staying in what you'd call a granny flat, just a small annex attached to the main house that belonged to my good friend Jamie's mum, Margaret. She wasn't living there at the time. The main house had been empty for about 6 months while she stayed with her sister after a health scare. The setup was perfect for me. The annex had its own entrance, a small kitchen, bathroom and bedroom. Everything I needed while I got back on my feet. The main house was separated from my little flat by a porch and a vestibule. I had keys to the whole property since I was keeping an eye on things for Margaret while she was away. For the first couple of weeks, everything was normal. I was settling back into Scottish life, reconnecting with old mates, and enjoying the peace and quiet after years of Spanish sun and noise. The weather was getting colder, and the nights were drawing in earlier. Classic Scotland in October, grey skies, constant drizzle, and darkness by 5 in the afternoon. One night, must have been around the 3rd week I was there, I was up late, watching football highlights on my laptop. It was past midnight, and I decided to make a cup of tea before bed. As I was filling the kettle, I glanced out my kitchen window and noticed a light on in the main house. I remember thinking it was odd, because I was certain I'd turned everything off the day before when I'd gone in to check the mail. The light was coming from the kitchen, casting a yellow glow through the curtains. My first thought was that maybe there was an electrical fault or someone had broken in. After hesitating for a minute, I grabbed my keys and my phone, in case I needed to call the police, and headed out into the cold night air. The 10 steps between my door and the main house felt longer than usual. I unlocked the back door, which led into the utility room, and then through to the kitchen. The kitchen light was definitely on, but nothing seemed disturbed. No broken windows, no open doors, nothing that would explain why the light had suddenly come on. I figured maybe it was a power surge or something, so I flicked the switch off and was about to leave when I heard it. A small sound like a quick shuffle coming from the hallway. I froze. The house should have been completely empty. "Hello?" I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Anyone there?" No response, just the creaking of the old house and the wind outside. I took a deep breath and stepped into the hallway. It was dark, with just a bit of moonlight coming through the stained glass panel in the front door, casting colored shadows across the floor. That's when I saw it. A small, dark shadow darted across the hallway about 10 feet in front of me. It wasn't like a normal shadow. It had substance, depth. It was roughly the size of a child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, and it moved with purpose, not just floating or drifting like you'd expect a shadow to move. It disappeared into one of the bedrooms, Margaret's room, and the door, which had been ajar, seemed to move slightly. My blood went cold. Every hair on my body stood on end. I've never felt anything like it. This overwhelming sense of wrongness. I didn't hear anything, but I felt something, like the air pressure in the house had suddenly changed. My ears popped and a wave of dizziness hit me. I didn't stick around to investigate. I practically ran back through the kitchen, locked the door behind me, and hurried back to my annex. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my own key in the lock. Once inside, I double-locked my door and even pushed my small sofa against it for good measure. I spent the rest of that night wide awake, convincing myself I'd seen a cat or maybe just shadows from passing car headlights. By morning, in the grey Scottish daylight, I'd almost talked myself into believing it was nothing. Almost. For the next few weeks, I avoided going into the main house after dark. I'd make excuses to check the mail and do any necessary maintenance during daylight hours only. If I noticed a light on at night, which happened 2 more times, I'd pretend I hadn't seen it. I didn't tell anyone about what I'd experienced because, well, I'd always been the guy who laughed at ghost stories. How could I admit I was now scared of an empty house? During the day, the house felt normal, just an empty, slightly musty old Scottish home with creaky floorboards and drafty windows. But sometimes, standing in certain spots, particularly near Margaret's bedroom or looking down the hallway, I'd get that same feeling of wrongness, like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. About a month after the incident, Margaret came to visit. She was checking on the house and picking up some clothes before heading back to her sister's place. We had tea in my annex, and after some small talk, I finally worked up the courage to ask her about the house. "Has anything unusual ever happened here?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Margaret put down her teacup and gave me a long, steady look. "You've seen him, haven't you?" she said quietly. "The wee boy." My stomach dropped. I hadn't mentioned anything about a child. "In the hallway," I said. "Just a shadow, really. I thought I was imagining things." Margaret shook her head. "You weren't. I've seen him too, many times over the years. He likes to run from the kitchen to my bedroom. Sometimes he'll stand at the foot of my bed at night just watching." I felt sick, not because I was afraid, though I was, but because having my experience validated made it real. It wasn't just my imagination playing tricks. "There's not just the boy," Margaret continued, seemingly relieved to finally talk about it. "There's a man too, tall and thin. He stays mostly at the other end of the house, near the sitting room. He doesn't move much, just stands there." "Why didn't you ever say anything?" I asked. "Why rent out the annex if you knew the place was haunted?" "Because they've never bothered me, not really," she replied. "They're just there, and they never come into the annex. I made sure of that before you moved in." She went on to tell me about other strange occurrences. The field behind the property had a history of mysteriously disappearing animals. Farmers would find sheep dead with no apparent cause. Margaret's own cat had vanished for 3 days, only to return terrified and refusing to go outside again. "About 5 years ago, it got bad enough that my sister convinced me to have someone come and cleanse the house," Margaret said. "A woman who did that sort of thing professionally. Sage burning, prayers, the whole works." "Did it help?" I asked. Margaret gave a short, humorless laugh. She never finished. When she got to the sitting room and started waving her sage around, the bush literally blew up in her face, caught fire with no obvious cause. She dropped everything and ran out, never came back, wouldn't even take my calls. We sat in silence for a few minutes after that. I didn't know what to say. All my life I'd dismissed this stuff as nonsense. And now here I was, getting confirmation that what I'd seen was real. "I don't blame you if you want to move out," Margaret finally said. "Most people can't handle it. My last tenant left after 3 weeks. But strangely, I didn't want to leave. Part of it was practical. The rent was cheap, and I needed time to find a proper job and get settled back in Scotland. But there was something else too, a weird curiosity that had replaced some of my fear. Now that I knew I wasn't crazy, I wanted to understand more. "I'll stay," I said, "but I'm still not going into the main house at night." Margaret smiled. Smart lad. That night after Margaret left, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the boy, wondering who he had been, how he had died, why he was still here. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps on the gravel outside my window. Light, quick steps like a child running. I forced myself not to look. The next morning, I found small footprints in the mud outside my window. They led from the main house, circled my annex once, and then disappeared at the edge of the field behind the property. They were too small to be an adult's, and there were no children living nearby. I've been here for 4 months now. I've seen the boy 3 more times, always just glimpses, always at night, always moving quickly from one room to another. Once, I heard what sounded like a child's laugh coming from the empty bathroom. I've never seen the tall man Margaret mentioned, but sometimes when I'm in the kitchen making dinner, I get the feeling I'm being watched from the sitting room doorway. Last week, something new happened. I came home late from the pub, a bit drunk but not wasted. As I approached the house, I saw a light on in the main building, this time in the sitting room. Through the window, I could see what looked like the silhouette of a small boy sitting on the floor. He wasn't moving, just sitting there, as if waiting for something. I stood frozen in the driveway, my keys in hand, unsure what to do. Then, slowly, the boy's head turned toward the window. Even from that distance, in the darkness, I somehow knew he was looking directly at me. Then he raised his hand, like he was waving at me to come inside. I didn't. I ran to my annex and locked myself in. But as I was closing my curtains, I noticed the sitting room light had gone out, and there, standing in the darkness of the garden between the main house and my annex, was a small figure, just standing, watching. I pulled the curtains shut and haven't opened them at night since. But sometimes I hear small footsteps circling my annex, like someone pacing, waiting to be let in. I don't know who this boy was or what he wants. Margaret doesn't know either. She's owned the house for 20 years. But it's over 200 years old. There could have been dozens of deaths here that no one remembers. All I know is that I'm not imagining it. And despite everything I used to believe, despite all my skepticism and eye-rolling at ghost stories, I now sleep with the lights on and jump at every noise, because sometimes, when it's very quiet, I can hear a child's voice whispering something just outside my door. I can't make out the words, but it sounds like he's asking to come in, and I'm terrified of what might happen if I ever say yes. Story 11. I never believed in paranormal stuff ever. In my line of work as a military contractor, I dealt with real, tangible threats, things you could see, touch, and eliminate if necessary. Ghosts, spirits, that was all Hollywood nonsense as far as I was concerned. But what happened in that house on Virginia Street in Bellingham? I still can't explain it, and believe me, I've tried. We moved there in the summer of 2016. My wife Sarah, our 6-year-old daughter Isa, and our newborn son Ethan. It was supposed to be our fresh start. The house wasn't particularly remarkable. A 1950s build with 3 bedrooms, hardwood floors that creaked in all the predictable places, and windows that rattled when the wind picked up. Nothing that screamed haunted or whatever. Just an older home with character, as the real estate agent put it. The first few weeks were normal. We unpacked, arranged furniture, painted Isa's room, the purple color she'd been begging for. I remember thinking we'd made a good choice. The neighborhood was quiet, lots of families, good school district. All that responsible parent stuff you consider when buying a house. It started about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was working nights that week. A contract job monitoring security systems remotely. I'd come home around 6 in the morning, exhausted, and crash until early afternoon. Sarah was handling the baby's night feedings, so we were sleeping in separate rooms temporarily. Me in the spare bedroom so I wouldn't wake them when I came home at dawn. On this particular morning, I'd been asleep maybe 2 hours when Sarah burst into my room, her face white as a sheet. "Someone's in the house," she whispered, shaking my shoulder. They turned on the TV full volume. I was instantly alert. The military trains that into you, 0 to fully operational in seconds. I grabbed my pistol from the lockbox I kept next to the bed and told her to stay with the kids, lock the door. The television in the living room was indeed blaring, some morning talk show at a volume that could wake the dead. I cleared the house methodically. Front door, locked, deadbolt engaged. Back door, same, windows, all closed and locked. I checked every closet, behind every door, under every bed. Nothing, nobody. The house was secure. "There's no one here," I told Sarah when I returned to the bedroom where she was clutching Ethan to her chest, Isa hiding behind her legs. "But the TV," she insisted. "I didn't turn it on. You didn't turn it on. It was off when I went to bed." I had no explanation. The remote was sitting on the coffee table, undisturbed. I told Sarah it must have been a power surge, or maybe the remote had a sticky button. I didn't believe it myself, but it was better than admitting I had no idea what happened. A few days later, Isa came running into the kitchen during breakfast, clearly upset. "Daddy, my TV turned on by itself. It was playing really loud." Now, this was concerning because Isa's little TV in her room wasn't like our smart TV in the living room. It was an old model that required 2 separate remotes, one for the cable box and one for the TV itself. You had to press power on both to get anything to happen. "Are you sure you didn't accidentally hit the remotes, honey?" Sarah asked gently. "They're on my shelf," Isa insisted. "I didn't touch them." I went to check. Both remotes were indeed on her bookshelf, well out of reach from her bed. The TV was on, volume cranked high, playing some kids' cartoon. I turned it off, checked the remotes for sticky buttons, found nothing unusual. "Probably just a glitch," I told her. But the look on Sarah's face told me she wasn't buying it any more than I was. I'm not the type to get spooked easily. Multiple combat deployments tend to recalibrate your fear response. But what happened about a week later? That's when I started to question my own sanity. It was around 2 in the morning. Sarah was in our bedroom with the baby. I was in the spare room after another night shift. I was drifting off when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of small footsteps running down the hallway. Quick, light steps, like a child playing. My first thought was Isa. I got up to check on her, and as I opened my door, I nearly collided with Sarah in the hallway. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, eyes wide. I nodded. Isa must be up. We went to her room together. She was sound asleep, sprawled out in that way kids sleep, blankets twisted around her legs, breathing deeply. I gently shook her shoulder. "Isa, were you just up, honey?" She blinked at me, clearly disoriented from being woken up. "No, Daddy, I was sleeping." "Are you sure you weren't just playing in the hallway?" Sarah asked. Isa shook her head, already drifting back to sleep. "No, Mommy, I'm tired." We checked on Ethan next. He was also sound asleep in his crib. Sarah and I stood in the hallway, looking at each other. "You heard it too, right?" I asked her. "Footsteps?" She nodded slowly, running back and forth, like Isa does when she's playing. But it wasn't Isa. No, it wasn't. We did a sweep of the house together. Nothing was disturbed. No doors or windows were open. The house was silent again. I convinced myself it was just the old house settling. Pipes, floorboards contracting as the temperature dropped. Logical explanations. But deep down I knew. Pipes don't sound like a child running. A few nights later I was alone in the kitchen around midnight, making a sandwich before my shift. Sarah and the kids were asleep. The house was completely quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator. Then I heard it. The distinctive sound of a plastic sippy cup hitting the linoleum floor. It's a specific sound, one you become familiar with as a parent. A hollow plastic clatter followed by the rolling of the cup. I spun around, expecting to see one of Isa's cups on the floor. Nothing. I checked the cupboard where we kept them, all accounted for and properly stored. I even checked under the table, thinking maybe one had been left out and fallen. Nothing. I didn't tell Sarah about that one. She was already on edge, and between taking care of a newborn and managing Isa's adjustment to the new house, she had enough to worry about. But the incident that finally broke us happened on a Sunday evening. We were all home, actually having a normal family night. Isa was playing with her toys in her room. Ethan was asleep in his swing next to the couch. Sarah and I were watching a movie, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The linen closet in the hallway directly opposite the living room had mirrored doors, the sliding kind that reflect the room back at you. During a quiet moment in the movie, both Sarah and I saw it happen at the same time. The left door slowly slid open about 6 inches, then stopped. No draft, no vibration from a truck passing outside, no logical reason for a door to open itself. Sarah's hand found mine and squeezed it hard. "Did you see that?" she whispered. I nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Then I got up, walked to the closet and examined the door. The track seemed fine, not tilted or damaged in a way that would cause the door to slide on its own. I closed it firmly, even gave it a little tug to make sure it was secure. I'd barely sat back down when it happened again. Slowly, deliberately, the door slid open the same 6 inches. As if someone was peeking out at us. Sarah was crying now, silently, tears streaming down her face. "I want to leave," she whispered. "I don't care about the mortgage or breaking the lease or whatever. I want out of this house." I didn't argue. By the end of the week, I'd arranged a transfer to a position on the East Coast. We packed only what we needed and put the rest up for a quick garage sale, priced to move fast. During the sale, one of our elderly neighbors from down the street came by to browse. As she was looking through some kitchen items, she casually mentioned, "You folks didn't stay long. Most people give this place at least a year before they go." Something in her tone made me pause. "What do you mean by that?" She shrugged, examining a set of measuring cups. "Oh, just that this house has had a lot of turnover. Not surprising, considering." "Considering what?" I pressed. "Well, you know it's not originally from this lot, right? They moved it here about 5 years ago. Used to be over on Ellis Street, the whole house. Picked it up and brought it over when they were clearing land for that new shopping center." I hadn't known that. The real estate agent never mentioned it. "Does that matter?" I asked, trying to sound casual. The old woman smiled at me, her eyes knowing. "Some folks say a house remembers where it's been, who's lived in it, especially the young ones." She paid for her items and left, but her words stayed with me. I never told Sarah about that conversation. Some things are better left unsaid. We moved across the country a week later. Our new house is newer, brighter, with no strange noises or self-operating electronics. But sometimes, late at night, I still find myself listening for the sound of small footsteps running down the hallway. And when Isa mentions her friend from the old house, the one she says she still sees, sometimes standing at the foot of her bed, I tell her it was just a dream. But I don't believe it myself. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that house on Virginia Street. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, looking for logical explanations, scientific reasons. There aren't any. And that's what terrifies me the most. That maybe there are things in this world that don't follow the rules I've built my life around, things that can't be fought or understood or controlled. Sometimes I look up that house online, curious about who lives there now. It's been sold twice since we left. Neither family stayed longer than 8 months. Story 12. I still can't explain what happened that night at Silverbrook Falls. It's been 6 months, and I've talked myself through every logical explanation, but nothing makes sense. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal. I've always been the skeptical type, but what happened on that trail has completely changed my perspective. My girlfriend Ellie and I had been dating for about 8 months at that point. We both work weird hours, me at a brewery and her as a nurse, so our schedules rarely aligned. That Friday night was one of the rare occasions when we both had the next day off, so we decided to do something spontaneous. It was around midnight when Ellie suggested we drive out to Silverbrook Falls. If you're not familiar with the area, Silverbrook is this small mountain town about an hour and a half from where we live. There's this walking trail there that leads to a cave with glowworms and passes over this massive waterfall. During the day, it's packed with tourists, but Ellie thought it would be cool to see the glowworms at night when they're most visible. Plus, we'd have the whole place to ourselves. I was hesitant at first, not because I'm scared of the dark or anything, but wooded areas at night have always made me a bit nervous. Still, I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. We packed some snacks, a couple of flashlights, and headed out. The drive there was actually pretty fun. We blasted music, talked about random stuff, and Ellie was excited about showing me the glowworms since she'd been there as a kid. We arrived at the trailhead parking lot around 2:30 in the morning. There wasn't another car in sight, which made sense given the hour. As soon as I stepped out of the car, something felt off. The air felt heavy somehow, like right before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear and full of stars. I chalked it up to my usual uneasiness about forests at night and tried to shake it off. Ellie didn't seem to notice anything strange. She was busy getting her backpack and turning on her flashlight. The trail entrance was marked by this wooden archway with a map showing the route. It was about a 3-mile loop that wound through the forest down to the glowworm cave, across a bridge over the waterfall, and then back up. According to the sign, it would take us about an hour and a half to complete. Before we started walking, I decided to light a joint to calm my nerves. As I was standing there, trying to get my lighter to work in the slight breeze, I heard what sounded like footsteps in the undergrowth, maybe 15 feet off the trail. Not animal steps, these were heavy, deliberate, like someone wearing boots. "Did you hear that?" I asked Ellie, keeping my voice low. She shook her head. "Probably just a raccoon or something." I wasn't convinced, but I didn't want to seem paranoid, so I took a couple hits from the joint and passed it to her. We started down the trail, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The forest was dense on both sides, the trees pressing in close to the path. Our footsteps crunched on the gravel and dirt, and somewhere in the distance I could hear the waterfall. About 10 minutes in, I got that feeling again, like we weren't alone. I kept turning around to look behind us, but all I could see was the empty trail stretching back into darkness. Each time I looked, I swear the footsteps would stop, only to resume once we started walking again. "You keep looking back," Ellie said after the 5th or 6th time. "What's wrong?" "I think someone's following us," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. She stopped, and we both listened. Nothing but the distant rush of the waterfall and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. "I don't hear anything," she said, but she sounded less certain now. We continued walking, and I tried to focus on the trail ahead rather than whatever might be behind us. The path started to descend more steeply, with wooden steps built into the steeper sections. According to the signs, we were getting closer to the waterfall. The sound of rushing water grew louder, and after rounding a bend, we could see the waterfall through a break in the trees. It was larger than I expected, the water crashing down into a river that disappeared into the darkness below. The trail continued down a series of wooden steps that zigzagged down the cliff face beside the waterfall. Ellie was a few steps ahead of me when she suddenly stopped. I nearly bumped into her. I was about to ask what was wrong when it happened. "Stop!" A woman's voice, clear as day, right in my ear. It wasn't shouted, but it was firm, like someone warning you about something urgent. I froze, goosebumps rising on my arms despite the mild night. The voice didn't sound threatening. If anything, it felt protective, but it sent cold shivers through my entire body. I whipped around, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was no one. just the empty trail behind us and the dark forest beyond. Before I could even mention what I'd heard, Ellie turned to me with wide eyes. "Let's go back," she said, her voice tight with tension. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my heart hammering in my chest. But she was already backing up the trail, shaking her head. "I don't like this. Something doesn't feel right. Let's just go." I didn't need convincing. We turned and started walking quickly back the way we'd come, our flashlights bobbing wildly as we half jogged up the trail. Every few seconds, I'd look back over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone or something following us. The walk back felt 10 times longer than the walk in. Every shadow seemed to move, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from the trees. About halfway back to the parking lot, I heard a strange clicking sound coming from somewhere in the forest. It wasn't mechanical, more like a series of rapid clicks that no animal I know makes. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to Ellie. She nodded, clutching my arm tighter, and we picked up our pace. When we finally saw the wooden archway marking the trail entrance, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. We were almost running by that point. Just as we passed under the archway, Ellie turned to look back one last time and stumbled into me, nearly sending us both sprawling onto the gravel. What did you see?" I asked, steadying her while frantically looking back at the trail. "Nothing," she said, breathing hard. I thought I saw something move, but it was probably just shadows from our flashlights." We practically sprinted to the car after that. Once inside, I locked the doors and started the engine immediately, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As we pulled out of the parking lot, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure standing in the middle of the road watching us leave. But there was nothing. We didn't talk much on the drive home. I think we were both trying to process what had happened. It wasn't until we were about 20 minutes away from home that Ellie finally broke the silence. "Why did you want to leave?" she asked. "What scared you?" I glanced at her, confused. I heard a voice. A woman's voice. It said, "Stop. Didn't you hear it?" She shook her head slowly. "No. I wanted to leave because I realized the river was way too high. Remember that sign at the beginning of the trail? It said something about the water levels, but I didn't pay attention. When we got to the waterfall, I could see how fast the river was flowing, and I just got this feeling that we shouldn't go down there." "But you didn't hear a voice?" "No, but I heard those clicking sounds on the way back. Did you hear those?" I nodded, my hands gripping the steering wheel tighter. When we got home, we were both too wired to sleep, so we stayed up researching Silverbrook Falls. What we found chilled me to the bone. Over the past 20 years, 7 people had died at that waterfall. Most of them were hikers who had gone swimming in the river below the falls, not realizing how dangerous the currents were. The most recent death had been just 3 months earlier. A college student who had jumped from the waterfall on a dare. His body wasn't recovered for 2 days. The river is actually so dangerous that there are signs posted prohibiting swimming, with hefty fines for anyone caught in the water. But the signs are only at the bottom of the steps, which we never reached because we turned back. I keep thinking about that voice, who it belonged to, and why it warned me. Was it one of the people who died there, or was it something else entirely? And why did only I hear it, while Ellie heard the clicking sounds that I also heard? I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I imagined the voice out of fear, or maybe there was someone else on the trail that night who called out and then hid. But deep down, I know what I heard was real, and it wasn't human. That voice saved us from going down those steps to the waterfall, where who knows what might have happened given how dangerous the river was that night. We haven't been back to Silverbrook Falls since then, and I don't think we ever will. Some places just don't want visitors, especially not at 2:30 in the morning. Whatever or whoever spoke to me that night, I'm grateful they did. I just wish I knew why they chose to warn us when others weren't so lucky. Story 13. I was 9 when we moved into that house in Eugene. It was supposed to be a fresh start for my family. Dad got a new job. Mum was excited about the school district, and my little brother Charlie was too young to care. I remember it was raining that day, which I guess is normal for Oregon, but looking back, it feels like some kind of warning we all missed. The landlord seemed nice enough, but there was something off about how quickly he wanted to finalize everything. He barely made eye contact when he handed over the keys and kept looking at his watch, like he couldn't wait to get away from the place. I didn't think much of it then. I was just a kid excited about having my own room upstairs. That excitement didn't last long. The first night I couldn't sleep, not because of the new surroundings or anything normal like that. It was the feeling of being watched. I kept my nightlight on and tried telling myself I was being stupid, but every time I closed my eyes, I felt it. This pressure, like someone was standing right over my bed. I pulled the covers over my head and somehow managed to fall asleep, only to wake up freezing cold in a room that should have been warm. The next morning, my parents were repainting my room. I hadn't noticed it when we moved in because my bed had been positioned against that wall, but there it was. 666 painted in what looked like black paint on my wall. My mum tried to laugh it off, saying it was probably just some teenager being edgy, but I saw how pale she got. Dad just kept saying, "Don't worry about it," while slapping on coat after coat of pink paint, which I hated but was too freaked out to complain about. The paint didn't help. Within days, those numbers started bleeding through again. Not faintly either. They looked freshly painted, like someone had just finished writing them. Mom would repaint, and within days, sometimes hours, they'd be back. Eventually, they just pushed my dresser in front of that section of wall and tried to pretend it wasn't happening. Charlie, my little brother, was 5 at the time. His room was across from mine, and from day one he refused to sleep in there. He'd scream and cry when bedtime came around. My parents thought he was just being difficult, but I knew better. That room had a heaviness to it that I can't really explain. The air felt thicker somehow, and no matter how many lamps we put in there, it never seemed bright enough. Every night was the same. We'd put Charlie to bed in his room, and within an hour, he'd be downstairs crying, begging to sleep on the couch. Eventually, my parents gave up. For 7 years, our entire time in that house, Charlie never spent a full night in his room, not once. The second floor was the worst. The stairs leading up were in the center of the house, and about halfway through our time there, my parents hung a thick blanket across the stairway entrance. They said it was to keep the heat downstairs where we spent most of our time, but I think they felt it too. The upstairs wasn't right. It never felt empty, even when you were alone. The noises started about 3 months in. At first we blamed it on the house settling or the pipes or whatever normal explanation people give, but these weren't normal house sounds. I'd hear footsteps when everyone was accounted for, heavy footsteps, pacing back and forth in the upstairs hallway. My parents heard it too. I'd see them exchange looks when it happened, but they never acknowledged it out loud. Then there were the sounds I can't explain. A low humming that would start around 3 in the morning and continue until sunrise, scratching inside the walls. Once I swear I heard whispering coming from my closet, a conversation between multiple voices that stopped the second I sat up in bed. We had this dog, Sadie, a golden retriever who'd been with us since before I was born. She was the sweetest dog, never barked at anything. In that house, she changed. She'd stare at empty corners and growl. She refused to come upstairs, would plant her feet and resist if you tried to drag her. One night, I found her standing at the bottom of the stairs, hackles raised, growling at whatever was beyond that blanket barrier. About 2 years in, Sadie disappeared. We put up flyers, searched everywhere, but never found her. That's when the dreams started. In the dreams, I'm back in the house, but it's different somehow. Darker, emptier. I'm always searching for something or someone. Sometimes it's Sadie. I know she's dead in these dreams, can feel it in my gut. and somehow I know her body is rotting somewhere in the backyard, but I can never find where. Other dreams are worse. I'm drawn to those stairs, to that blanket hanging there, like some flimsy protection against whatever waited above. In earlier dreams, I never got close to it, just stood at the bottom step, frozen with a dread so intense, I'd wake up gasping. As the years passed, both in that house and after we left, the dreams changed. I'd get closer to the blanket each time. Sometimes I'd touch it, feel the rough fabric under my fingers, but couldn't bring myself to push it aside. We finally moved out when I was 16. I remember the relief I felt packing up my stuff, thinking we were finally free of that place. I was wrong. The dreams didn't stop. If anything, they got more intense, more frequent. One night last month, I had the worst one yet. In the dream, I was back there, standing at the bottom of those stairs. The house was silent except for the sound of my own breathing. I could see the blanket hanging there, swaying slightly though there was no breeze. In dreams before, I'd always been paralyzed by fear at this point, but this time I moved forward, step by step. I climbed the stairs until I reached the blanket. I paused, knowing whatever was on the other side had been waiting for me for years. Then I reached out and pulled the blanket aside. The upstairs hallway was darker than I remembered, the only light coming from under my old bedroom door. As I watched, frozen in place, the door began to open, slowly, inch by inch. I could see nothing but darkness beyond, but I knew something was there, had always been there, watching me, waiting for me to come back. I woke up before I could see what it was, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The most disturbing part, after I calmed down, I felt this bizarre sense of homesickness, not for my family or the life we had there, but for the house itself. It was like it was calling to me. I found myself wondering if the current residents were happy there, if they'd experienced the same things we had. I even caught myself thinking about contacting the old landlord to ask when the house might be vacant again. These thoughts terrify me because they don't feel like my own. It's like something got inside my head that night and planted them there. Something that wants me to come back. I've never told my parents about these dreams. They seemed so relieved when we left that place, especially my mom. She started sleeping through the night again, something she hadn't done in years. My brother Charlie stopped having nightmares. He's 17 now and probably doesn't even remember most of what happened there, or maybe he does, and like me, doesn't want to bring it up. Sometimes I wonder if it was just an old house with bad wiring and a mold problem. If my childhood imagination turned ordinary things into something sinister. But then I remember those numbers bleeding through the paint, no matter how many coats we applied. I remember the way Sadie would growl at empty air. The way Charlie would wake up screaming about the shadow man standing by his bed. Last week, I drove past the old house. I didn't plan to. I was visiting a friend in Eugene and found myself taking a detour through our old neighborhood. The house looked exactly the same, right down to the peeling paint on the front door. I sat in my car across the street for almost an hour, just staring at it. Part of me wanted to knock on the door to see if the current residents would let me look around. A bigger part was terrified they would. As I was about to drive away, I glanced up at my old bedroom window and froze. There was someone standing there, just a silhouette watching me. I blinked, and they were gone. Could have been the current resident, I guess, but the way they stood so still, just staring, it reminded me of how I used to feel when I lived there, like I was never alone. I haven't had the dream since that day, which should be a relief. Instead, I find myself lying awake at night, almost hoping for it, hoping to finally see what's behind that door, hoping to finally understand why, after all these years, that house won't let me go. Last night, I caught myself looking up the property records, checking to see if it had been sold recently. This morning, I found myself writing down the landlord's old phone number, though I don't remember digging it up. I'm afraid of what's happening to me, more afraid of what might happen if I give in to this pull, but part of me knows it's only a matter of time before I go back there. The house is waiting for me. It always has been, and I think this time I'm ready to see what's behind that door. Story 14. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night, even though it's been 3 years since it happened. I've been debating whether to share this experience for months now, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has seen something similar and can help me make sense of what I encountered. I live in a small village in southern Germany, about 30 kilometers from Munich. The area is beautiful. Rolling hills, dense forests, and winding roads that connect the scattered rural communities. I've lived here my whole life and know every path and shortcut like the back of my hand. That night in October, I had driven to visit my old friend Thomas, who lives in another village about 40 minutes away. We hadn't seen each other for months, so we spent the evening catching up, having a few beers. I stopped drinking early since I had to drive, and watching a football match. Nothing unusual or particularly remarkable about the evening. It was around 3:30 in the morning when I finally said goodbye and got into my car to head home. Thomas offered me his couch for the night, but I had work early the next day and preferred sleeping in my own bed. The weather had turned while we were inside. It was now pouring rain, that heavy, relentless kind that makes visibility poor even with wipers on full speed. As I pulled out of his driveway, I remember thinking that maybe I should have taken him up on his offer. The rain was hammering down on my windshield, and even though it was October, it felt more like the middle of winter. The darkness was absolute except for my headlights cutting through the night. The route home took me through several small villages before a stretch of about 15 kilometers of forest road. It's a road I've driven hundreds of times, with sharp curves and no streetlights. During the day, it's picturesque. At night, especially in bad weather, it's challenging. I was driving carefully, but still maintaining about 80 kilometers per hour where I could. The rain hadn't let up at all. If anything, it had intensified. My high beams were on, illuminating the wet asphalt and the dense trees on either side of the road. There was absolutely no one else around. Not surprising at 4 in the morning in this rural area. I was about halfway through the forest stretch when I saw it. At first, it was just a light-colored shape in the distance, standing at the edge of the road. As I got closer, I automatically assumed it must be a person standing next to a broken-down car or something similar. It's not common to see pedestrians on this road, especially at this hour and in this weather. But accidents happen, and my first thought was that someone needed help. I slowed down from 80 to maybe 50 kilometers per hour and moved slightly toward the center of the road to give the figure more space. As I got closer, something felt wrong. There was no car, no bicycle, nothing to explain why anyone would be standing there in the pouring rain at 4 in the morning. And then my headlights fully illuminated the figure, and my blood went cold. It was shaped like a person, yes, about the height of an average man, with what seemed like a head, torso, arms and legs, but it was completely unnaturally white. Not like someone wearing white clothes, but uniformly white, as if carved from chalk or marble. There were no distinguishable features that I could see, no eyes, no mouth, no nose, no separation between what should have been clothing and skin. Just a white, human-shaped figure. And it was glowing. Not brightly like a light bulb, but with a faint, eerie luminescence that made it stand out against the black backdrop of the forest. The rain was passing through the beam of my headlights, creating streaks in the air, but the figure itself seemed untouched by the downpour. It wasn't moving, just standing there, facing the road, as if waiting for something. I remember my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles must have been white. My heart was pounding in my chest as I drove past it, not daring to look in my rearview mirror right away. When I finally did, seconds later, the road behind me was empty. I didn't stop. I should have, maybe, just to confirm what I'd seen or to rule out a rational explanation. But in that moment, Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to keep driving. So I did. I pressed the accelerator and didn't slow down until I reached the next village, where the streetlights and houses provided some comfort. The rest of the drive home is a blur. I remember my hands shaking on the steering wheel and repeatedly checking my mirrors, half expecting to see that white figure standing in the middle of the road behind me. I made it home, locked my doors, and couldn't sleep a wink that night. The next day, I convinced myself I must have seen something ordinary that was distorted by the rain, my tired eyes, and the late hour. Maybe it was a road sign or some kind of reflective marker. But deep down, I knew what I saw had a human shape. It was standing like a person would stand. What bothered me most, still bothers me, is how still it was. No movement at all, not a sway, not a turn of the head as my car approached, just perfect stillness in the pouring rain. No one stands like that. It's not natural. A week later, in broad daylight, I drove back to that stretch of road. I was determined to find some logical explanation. I drove slowly, examining both sides of the road where I thought I'd seen the figure. There was nothing there that could be mistaken for a person. No road sign, no marker, no white-painted stump or post. Just trees and underbrush. Over the following months, I found myself taking that route more often than necessary, sometimes late at night, hoping to see it again so I could verify what I'd seen, but I never did. The white figure never reappeared. I started doing research, looking into local legends or similar sightings in the area. The closest I found were stories about Die Weiße Frau, the White Lady, a ghost said to appear near certain castles or old buildings as an omen of death. But those were always described as spectral women in flowing white dresses, not a featureless white figure like what I saw. I asked some locals too, carefully, without sounding like I'd lost my mind. An old man at our village pub mentioned that during World War II, there had been a small labor camp about 5 kilometers from that spot, but nothing directly connected to where I'd seen the figure. No recorded accidents, no unmarked graves, nothing that would explain a haunting or apparition. The most disturbing theory came from my cousin who's into folklore. He told me about legends of Die Leuchter, the luminous ones, supposed supernatural entities that appear in German forests. According to him, they're neither human nor ghost, but something else entirely. They're said to appear to lost travelers, sometimes leading them to safety, sometimes to their doom. But even these legends describe them as misty lights, not human-shaped figures. I'm not particularly superstitious or religious. Before this happened, I would have dismissed ghost stories as nonsense or overactive imaginations. Now, I'm not so sure. I know what I saw wasn't normal. The complete whiteness, the glowing appearance, the unnatural stillness, it all points to something beyond ordinary explanation. What haunts me most is the feeling I had in that moment, a profound, instinctual fear unlike anything I've experienced before or since. It wasn't just startled surprise or the normal fear you might feel when something unexpected happens. It was deeper, more primal, as if some part of me recognized that whatever this thing was, it didn't belong in our world. I've driven that road hundreds of times since then, during day and night, in all kinds of weather. I've never seen the white figure again. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all. A hallucination brought on by fatigue, perhaps. But then I remember the visceral fear I felt, the way my body reacted before my mind could even process what I was seeing. You don't forget fear like that. 3 years later, I still take a different route home when it's raining at night. I still check my rearview mirror more often than necessary when driving through that forest. And I still wonder what would have happened if I had stopped my car that night and gotten out to investigate. Would the figure have vanished as I approached? Would it have remained motionless? Or would it have turned to face me, revealing something I'm better off not knowing? I don't think I'll ever have answers, but sometimes when I'm driving alone at night and the rain starts to fall, I find myself scanning the edges of the road, half expecting to see that white glowing figure standing motionless in the darkness, waiting for me to return. Story 15. I am still trying to make sense of what happened that night at Clay's house in Pinewood. It's been 6 years, but I can recall every detail like it was yesterday. The memory feels imprinted on my brain, not just images, but the feeling of dread that came with them. Clay had this old 2-story house his family had owned for generations. Nothing spectacular, just your typical suburban home with faded blue siding and a creaky front porch. But there was always something off about it. Clay would casually mention weird stuff happening there, like it was normal to live with unexplained noises and cold spots. Will and I had heard all the stories before. Clay's claims about seeing some dude in an old-fashioned black suit and tall hat peering through the basement window. The first couple times he mentioned it, we gave him shit for it. Classic Clay, always exaggerating. But then he started getting genuinely freaked out, and we realized he wasn't joking around. I'd never seen anything there myself, at least not with my eyes, but there was this one time I was heading upstairs to use the bathroom, and I swear I felt someone watching me from the top of the stairs. In my mind, I could almost see her, a woman in white just standing there. I never actually saw her with my eyes, but the impression was so strong I had to stop and catch my breath. When I told Clay about it later, he got real quiet and said his mum had felt the same thing. So anyway, that Friday night in October, the 3 of us were hanging out at Clay's place. His parents were away for the weekend, visiting his grandma, so we had the house to ourselves. We ordered pizza, played some video games, and eventually decided to watch some horror movie Will had been raving about. Clay's room was in the basement, which was mostly finished except for one storage area behind a door that was always kept locked. His dad had converted half the basement into a bedroom when Clay turned 13. We set up for the night. Clay in his bed, Will and I on the floor with sleeping bags. Will was about 5 feet away from me, closer to Clay's bed. I remember taking forever to fall asleep that night. The movie ended around 1 in the morning, but I was still wide awake at 2:30, staring at the ceiling and listening to every creak and groan of that house. There's something about trying to sleep in someone else's house that makes you hyper-aware of every sound. The furnace kicking on sounded like footsteps. The ice maker dropping cubes might as well have been someone tapping on glass. I finally drifted off around 3, I think. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The TV was still on, showing the DVD menu that looped every 30 seconds or so. Faint music and blue light washing over the room. I was groggy, in that weird, half-awake state where your brain isn't fully functioning. The first thing I registered was Will sleeping a few feet away, his back to me. The bedroom door was closed, which gave me some small comfort. Then I turned my head toward Clay's bed. I still get goosebumps thinking about what I saw. Hovering above Clay's sleeping form was this thing. Not a person, not exactly a shadow either. It was like a black mass, oblong-shaped, maybe 4 feet long and 2 feet wide. The edges weren't solid. They undulated slightly, pulsing in and out like a heartbeat. The blackness of it was wrong somehow. It wasn't just dark. It seemed to absorb the light around it. My first logical thought was that it must be a shadow from something in the room, cast by the TV light. But as I watched, the DVD menu changed to a brighter scene for a moment, illuminating more of the room. Everything else changed. The shadows on the wall shifted with the new light source, but that black mass remained exactly the same. It didn't flatten against the wall like a normal shadow would. It was floating slightly away from the wall, maybe 6 inches above Clay. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. I just laid there, staring at this impossible thing, trying to make sense of it. Clay was sleeping soundly, completely unaware. The thing pulsed above him, almost like it was, I don't know, feeding, observing. I have no idea what it was doing, but it felt purposeful. Then the strangest thing happened. As I watched this black mass, I suddenly felt incredibly sleepy. Not scared anymore, just overwhelmingly, unnaturally drowsy. It was like someone had injected me with a sedative. My last thought before passing out again was that maybe it had noticed me watching and didn't want me to see anymore. The next morning, Will shook me awake around 10. I sat up, momentarily disoriented, the memory of what I'd seen hovering at the edge of my consciousness. Then Will said, "Dude, what the hell happened last night?" I thought he was talking about the black mass, that maybe he'd seen it too, but then I noticed both Will and Clay were looking at their pants with confused expressions. That's when I realized something was wrong with mine too. My jeans were unbuckled and pulled down to my knees. I was still wearing my boxers, but my belt had been undone, and my pants were definitely not how I'd left them when I fell asleep. Will and Clay were in the exact same situation. All three of us had our pants pulled down to our knees. "Did one of you assholes do this as a prank?" Clay demanded, looking between us. Will and I both denied it. Why would any of us do that? It was weird and creepy. "I was wearing a belt," I pointed out. A buckled belt that I definitely didn't undo before falling asleep. Clay had been wearing one too. We tried to laugh it off, because that's what teenage guys do when they're freaked out, but don't want to admit it. We made some stupid jokes about sleepwalking or ghosts with pants fetishes, but underneath the nervous laughter, I could tell we were all deeply unsettled. I told them about the black mass I'd seen above Clay's bed. They gave me these looks like they didn't fully believe me, but they weren't dismissing it either. Clay mentioned that his dad had once complained about waking up with his blankets on the floor, despite being sure he'd gone to bed covered up. "Maybe we should check the house," Will suggested. So we did. Nothing was missing. The doors were still locked, windows closed, no sign of anyone breaking in. But as we were heading back downstairs, Clay froze on the steps and pointed to a framed family photo on the wall. "That was straight yesterday," he said quietly. The frame was now tilted at about a 20-degree angle. A small thing, but it made my skin crawl because it was right next to where I'd felt that female presence on the stairs months before. We spent the rest of the day trying to distract ourselves with video games and pretending nothing had happened. Nobody wanted to stay another night, so we all made excuses to head home before dark. I told my mom I wasn't feeling well, which wasn't exactly a lie. I felt sick with unease. I've tried researching what might explain what happened. Sleep paralysis doesn't account for all three of us having our pants pulled down. Home invasion doesn't make sense with locked doors and nothing stolen. And that black mass, I've never found anything that perfectly describes what I saw. What bothers me most, even now, isn't the shadow thing I saw. It's the violation of having someone or something touch us while we slept. Undoing belts and pulling down pants takes deliberate action. It requires fingers, hands, intent. Whatever was in Clay's house that night wanted us to know it had been there, that it could touch us while we were vulnerable. Clay's family moved away a year later. He never told me if anything else happened in that house. But sometimes I wonder if that thing is still there, hovering above whoever sleeps in that bed now. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night in my own apartment, I find myself looking up at the ceiling, half expecting to see that pulsing black mass watching me from above. I wish I could give this story some kind of conclusion or explanation, but I can't. I still don't know what was in that house or what it wanted from us. All I know is that something was there, something that could both appear as a shadow and physically manipulate our clothing. And sometimes late at night I still feel that same unnatural drowsiness wash over me, like something doesn't want me thinking about it too much. Story 16. I've been putting off writing about this for months, but I need to get it out there. Maybe someone else has seen something similar, or maybe it'll just help me process what happened. I still get chills thinking about it. Last December, my mates Nick and Nate, not their real names, but close enough, and I decided to go to Hamona Beach in Hawke's Bay for some late-night stargazing after Christmas dinner. We'd all had a couple beers, but nobody was drunk. I want to make that clear right off the bat. What we saw wasn't alcohol-induced. I wish it had been. It was 12:10 in the morning on December 26th when everything went to hell. We'd been at the beach for maybe half an hour, just hanging out and looking at the stars. It was a clear night, warm for December in New Zealand. The three of us were sitting on the hood of my old Subaru, passing around a bag of chips and talking about nothing important. Nick spotted it first. "Hey, what's that down the beach?" At first, I thought someone was driving along the shoreline, which was weird because vehicles aren't allowed on this stretch. The lights looked like they were strobing, like headlights flashing on and off, moving in a strange pattern. But they were too small to be car headlights, and they were moving in a way that cars definitely couldn't. "Are those people with torches?" Nate asked, sitting up straighter. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The lights were rectangular, not round like normal flashlights, and unnaturally bright, like mini LED panels or something, and they were floating. That's when I realized they were being carried by something. "Guys," I said, my mouth going dry, "look at what's holding those lights." As they got closer, and they were moving fast, I could make out these tall, dark figures. They were humanoid but wrong somehow, too tall, easily 6 to 8 feet, some even taller, and moving with this weird fluid grace that made my skin crawl. They wore these long, dark robe-like things that seemed to float around them, and pointy hat-like shapes on their heads. But their faces, there were no faces, just smooth, dark blankness where features should be. "What the actual fuck?" Nick whispered. Before we could even think about getting in the car, more appeared, not just a few. Suddenly the beach was crawling with them. 40, maybe 50 of these things, all carrying those bright rectangular lights, moving in these perfect formations like they were performing some kind of ritual. Then I saw them. 2 massive figures towering over the others. They had to be at least 20 feet tall, same appearance as the smaller ones, but just enormous. They moved with the same unnatural smoothness, like they were gliding rather than walking. I was frozen. My whole body felt ice cold despite the summer night. I couldn't even speak. Nick grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises that lasted for days. "We need to go," Nate hissed, already sliding off the hood. "Now." But before we could get to the car doors, the smaller entities had spread out along the beach. They weren't exactly blocking us, but they were everywhere. The 2 giant ones stood further back, observing. I don't know what possessed me, but I reached through the open driver's window and flicked on my high beams, pointing them directly at the closest group of entities. That was a mistake. The moment my lights hit them, they all stopped moving. Then, in perfect unison, they turned those rectangular lights toward us. The brightness was blinding, not like normal flashlights, but something harsher, more intense. I had to shield my eyes, and when I could see again, they had formed a perfect circle around my car. Single file, like a flock of birds moving as one unit. "Oh God, oh God, oh God," Nick was mumbling beside me. Nate was dead silent, which was scarier somehow. The circle kept tightening until they were maybe 15 feet from the car on all sides. Then the 2 giant entities moved forward, stopping just behind the circle. They towered over everything, their pointed heads nearly blocking out the stars above. What happened next is the hardest part to explain. I didn't hear anything, not with my ears anyway, but I felt something push into my mind, emotions that weren't mine. Curiosity, confusion, and something like concern. It wasn't threatening exactly, more like they were studying us, trying to understand what we were. I glanced at my friends and could tell from their faces that they felt it too. This invasive alien presence in our heads. The sensation lasted maybe 30 seconds, though it felt like hours. Then one of the giant entities moved, not walked but seemed to teleport, over to a public toilet block about 50 meters away. With a gesture I couldn't quite see, it seemed to open something. I swear I'm not making this up. A doorway of white light appeared next to the toilet block. Not like someone turned on a light. This was a vertical rectangle of pure white brightness that hadn't been there before. It looked like a tear in reality. The entity made no sound, but suddenly all the smaller ones broke their circle and moved toward this light. Not running, but moving quickly in that same fluid, unsettling way. They formed a single file line and began entering the portal one by one. It was methodical, organized, no pushing, no hurry. Just this orderly procession into the impossible doorway. The last of the smaller entities disappeared inside, and then the two giant ones followed. The one that had opened the portal went last, and as it stepped through, the light simply vanished. The whole beach was dark and empty again, like nothing had happened. We stood there for what felt like forever, none of us speaking. Finally, Nate broke the silence. "We need to get the fuck out of here." I've never moved so fast in my life. We practically dove into my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. When the engine finally started, I reversed so quickly I nearly hit a trash bin, then sped out of the parking area like a madman. We were about 2 kilometers from the beach when Nick, who was in the back seat, started hitting the headrest. "There's a car following us," he said, his voice cracking. I checked the rearview mirror and saw headlights behind us. A green Toyota Corolla, older model. Its headlights were oddly white, not the usual yellow-white of normal cars, but a stark, pure white that reminded me of those rectangular lights on the beach. "It's just a car," Nate said, but he didn't sound convinced. I sped up. The Corolla matched our speed perfectly. I slowed down. It slowed down. "Take a turn," Nick suggested, panic evident in his voice. I took a sharp right onto a side road. The Corolla followed. I took another turn and another. It stayed with us, and then things got even weirder. We came to a 4-way intersection, and I saw headlights coming toward us from the left. As they got closer, I realized it was the same green Corolla. The exact same car that was behind us seconds ago was now coming from a completely different direction. "That's not possible," I whispered. As we crossed the intersection, I glanced in my mirror again. The Corolla that had been following us was gone, but the one that had been coming from the left was now behind us again. "It's them," Nick said. "It has to be them." I couldn't handle it anymore. I pulled over at a well-lit gas station. My plan was to go inside, find other people, maybe call someone, but as soon as we stopped, the Corolla didn't just stop, it started circling the gas station. Not driving around the building, but literally circling our car at a distance, moving in that same fluid, unnatural way those entities had moved on the beach. We sat there, engine running, watching this impossible thing happen. The car made 3 complete circles around us, then simply drove off into the night, not toward the beach, but in the opposite direction. None of us spoke for the entire drive back to town. What could we even say? We tried to talk about it the next day, but it was like our brains couldn't properly process what had happened. Nick kept insisting we shouldn't tell anyone, that no one would believe us anyway. Nate seemed to want to pretend it never happened at all. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I went back to Pomona Beach a week later, in daylight. I don't know what I expected to find. There was nothing unusual, just sand, water, and the same old toilet block. No sign of a portal, no strange marks in the sand, nothing. I've spent months looking for any similar reports, any explanations. I've found nothing concrete. The closest I've come is learning about ball lightning or various military flare exercises, but none of that explains what we saw. The shapes, the portal, the car that defied physics, I can't rationalize it. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling that same alien presence in my mind, that same curiosity and confusion. I'll never go to that beach at night again. I've even sold my car because I couldn't stand to look at it anymore. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know if they were aliens, interdimensional beings, or something else entirely. All I know is that they were real. They were watching us, and for a brief moment, they were in our heads. And sometimes, on quiet nights, I swear I see those strange white headlights in my rearview mirror following me home. Story 17. I was 12 when I first saw it. This was back in 2004, when life in Thornfield was about as exciting as watching paint dry. Me and my little brother Tommy, he was 9 at the time, were cutting across Old Man Wheaton's fields on our way home from fishing at the creek. We'd stayed out later than we should have. Mum was gonna be pissed, but the perch had been biting and we lost track of time. It was probably around 9:30 at night, dark enough that we were using our flashlights to see where we were going. The moon was out, but it was kinda cloudy, so it wasn't much help. We knew these fields like the back of our hands, though. We'd been using this shortcut since we were little kids. There's this ditch that runs along the edge of Wheaton's property that we always used to hop across to get through a gap in the hedgerow. It saved us like 20 minutes compared to going around by the road. Nothing special about it, just a drainage ditch, maybe 4 feet deep and about 3 feet across. So we're approaching this ditch, Tommy lagging behind me a bit because he was carrying most of our fishing gear, when I noticed something different. It's hard to explain, but the air just felt weird, like when a thunderstorm is coming, but not quite the same. The hair on my arms stood up, and then I saw it. Right from the bottom of the ditch, this blue light just rose up. Not quickly, but sort of floating upward. It wasn't like a flashlight beam or anything. It was a perfect sphere, about the size of a softball maybe. This brilliant electric blue color that seemed to pulse slightly. It didn't illuminate anything around it, which was strange. It just glowed. It kept rising until it was about 10 feet up from the bottom of the ditch, and then it started moving toward me, slowly, deliberately, like it knew exactly what it was doing. I froze, couldn't move a muscle. My flashlight was still on, pointed at this thing, but the light from my flashlight didn't seem to affect it at all. The orb floated right up to my eye level and just stopped, hovering there. I couldn't tell how far away it was. That's the weirdest part. It could have been right in front of my face, or it could have been 15 feet away. My depth perception just went completely haywire looking at it. It didn't make any sound. There was no heat coming from it, no smell, nothing, just this blue ball of light floating in front of me. I remember thinking I should be scared, but I wasn't exactly. More like mesmerized, like I couldn't look away even if I wanted to. It stayed there for maybe 5 seconds, though it felt like way longer. Then it just vanished. Not like it zoomed away or faded out. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. I stood there blinking for a moment, trying to process what I'd just seen. Then Tommy crashed into me from behind, nearly knocking me over. "Ollie," he said, his voice shaky. "Can we go the long way home?" I nodded, still staring at the spot where the orb had been. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, let's do that." We turned around and started walking back toward the road. We'd gone maybe 20 feet when Tommy spoke again. "You saw that too, didn't you?" My blood ran cold. I hadn't even considered that Tommy might have seen it too. I thought maybe I was hallucinating or something. "The blue light?" I asked. He nodded, clutching his fishing rod tighter. It came out of the ditch. "Yeah," I said. "I saw it. We didn't talk about it again on the way home. Mom yelled at us for being late, but I barely heard her. I kept seeing that blue orb in my mind, replaying those few seconds over and over. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I saw blue light out of the corner of my eye. But when I'd look, there was nothing there. I figured maybe it was a will-o'-the-wisp or something. I'd read about those in school. Or maybe some kind of electrical phenomenon. Ball lightning, maybe. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. The next day, I tried to talk to Tommy about it, but he didn't want to discuss it. He just shook his head and said, "I don't know what it was, and I don't want to know." We never took that shortcut again. Life went on, and eventually the memory of that blue orb faded into the background. I didn't forget about it, but it became just another weird childhood experience filed away with other unexplained things. Fast forward 12 years. I was 24, living in the city about 40 miles from Thornfield, working as an electrician. I'd come back to have Sunday dinner with my parents like I did every couple of weeks. My dad, who'd never been the type to believe in anything supernatural, was acting strange all through dinner. Quiet, jumpy, looking out the windows a lot. My mum kept asking if he was feeling okay, and he'd just grunt and say he was fine. After dinner, when Tommy, who still lived at home then, went upstairs and Mom was in the kitchen, Dad pulled me aside. "Need to talk to you," he said, his voice low. We went out to the back porch. Dad was 57 at the time, and I'd never seen him look scared of anything. But that night, his hands were shaking as he lit a cigarette, a habit he'd supposedly quit 5 years earlier. "Something happened last night," he said, exhaling smoke. "I was coming back from Bill Turner's place around midnight. You know I help him with his tractor sometimes." I nodded. Bill lived on the other side of the fields behind our house. "I was walking up from the barns," Dad continued, "and I saw something coming over the fields. Something, I can't explain it." My stomach tightened. "What did it look like?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "A light, blue light, round, like a ball. It came down the earth bank behind the barns, floating about chest high." He took another drag of his cigarette. It moved toward me, not fast, but steady-like. I couldn't move. Then it seemed to burn up and disappear, right in front of me. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up, just like it had that night by the ditch 12 years before. "I've seen it too," I said quietly. "When I was a kid. Me and Tommy both." Dad looked at me, his eyes wide. "You're serious?" "Dead serious. It was by Wheaton's ditch, but it sounds exactly the same. Came up from the bottom of the ditch, floated to eye level, then vanished." Dad was silent for a long time. Finally, he stubbed out his cigarette. "I don't believe in ghosts or any of that nonsense," he said, "but I know what I saw." "Me too," I said. We didn't talk about it again after that. It was like acknowledging it made it too real, too inexplicable. But every time I visited home after that, I'd catch Dad looking out toward the fields with a wary expression. Then, just last winter, January 8th to be exact, it happened again. I was driving back to the city after visiting my parents. It was around 10 at night, and there was a light dusting of snow on the ground. As I passed the turnoff that led past my childhood home, something caught my eye in one of the fields. A bright blue light near the hedgerow. My first thought was that it was some local teenagers out spotlighting, hunting rabbits or something. They're not supposed to do that on private land, especially at night. So I decided to turn around and check it out. I pulled my Jeep onto the farm track that ran alongside the field and flipped on my high beams. The blue light was gone now, but I was sure of what I'd seen. I grabbed my powerful mag light from the glove compartment and got out. The night was silent except for the soft crunch of snow under my boots. My breath fogged in front of me as I walked into the field, sweeping the flashlight back and forth. The snow was pristine, undisturbed. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing to suggest anyone had been there. I walked all the way to the hedgerow where I'd seen the light. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had been there. No heat signatures in the snow, no broken branches, nothing. That's when I felt it, that same electric feeling in the air that I'd felt as a kid. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught a flicker of blue light. I turned toward it, but it was gone. I hurried back to my Jeep, my heart pounding. As I reached for the door handle, I saw it, rising from a shallow depression in the ground about 50 feet away. The same blue orb, the same impossible-to-judge distance, the same mesmerizing glow. It rose to exactly my eye level, and hovered there. I stood frozen, just like I had as a kid, just like my dad had described. There was no sound, no smell, no heat, just that perfect sphere of blue light. 5 seconds. 10, 15. It stayed there longer this time, as if it was studying me. And then, just like before, it vanished. Not faded, not zoomed away, just there 1 second and gone the next. I scrambled into my Jeep and locked the doors. Though what good that would do against whatever this thing was, I had no idea. I sat there for a long time, my headlights still illuminating the empty field, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Eventually, I drove home, my mind racing. When I got back to my apartment, I called my dad. "It's back," was all I said when he answered. There was a long pause. "Where?" he asked finally. "Same place, near the old house, in the field by the hedgerow." Another pause. "Did it do anything?" "No," I said. "Just like before, appeared, hovered, disappeared." "Jesus," he muttered. We talked for a while longer, trying to rationalize it. Swamp gas in winter, ball lightning with no storm. Some kind of reflection or optical illusion. None of it fit. The thing is, whatever this blue orb is, it seems to be specific to that area around my childhood home. Always appearing from low ground, a ditch, the bottom of an earth bank, a depression in a field, and always rising to eye level before disappearing. And it's been happening for at least 18 years now, probably longer. I've researched similar phenomena online, but nothing quite matches what we've experienced. Some people talk about ghost lights or spook lights in various parts of the country, but they usually move around a lot more and stay visible longer. Whatever this thing is, it seems to be watching, observing. That's the feeling I get anyway, like it's checking in on us periodically, for reasons I can't begin to understand. I went back to that field several times over the next few weeks, hoping to see it again, maybe even record it on my phone. But there was nothing, just empty fields and the occasional rabbit or fox. But I know it's still out there, waiting, and someday it'll rise up again from some low place, floating to eye level, watching with its featureless blue gaze. I still drive by those fields regularly when I visit my parents, and every time I scan the hedgerows and ditches, half hoping, half dreading to see that blue glow again. Story 18. I'm still trying to process what happened to us last October. It's been 6 months, but I can't stop thinking about it. I've never been someone who believes in the supernatural, but after what we experienced at that cabin in the Appalachian Mountains, I don't know what to believe anymore. My family and I rented this secluded log cabin in North Carolina for a week. We needed to get away from everything, you know? No cell service, no internet, just us and nature. My parents thought it would be a good break for me before college application season went into full swing. The place was gorgeous. A 2-story cabin with wooden beams, a hot tub on the back deck, and these huge windows overlooking the mountains. It was at least a mile from any other building, up this steep, winding road that made my mom nervous every time we drove it. The first couple days were actually pretty awesome. We collected firewood from the surrounding forest, built these massive fires in the stone fireplace, and spent our evenings soaking in the hot tub under the stars. The isolation was peaceful at first. You could hear every sound in the forest, the wind through the trees, animals scurrying in the underbrush, that kind of thing. On our 3rd night there, my parents and I were relaxing in the hot tub after dinner. The sun had just set, and it was that weird twilight time when everything gets really quiet. I remember looking out at the trees and feeling this weird sensation crawl up my spine like someone was watching us. I tried to shake it off, but then I noticed my dad kept looking over his shoulder too. "You feel that?" I asked him. He nodded but tried to play it off. Probably just deer or something. My mom didn't notice anything and asked me to take some photos of her and my dad in the hot tub. She wanted to send them to her friends back home, show off our vacation. I took a few shots with her phone and handed it back to her. We didn't look at them right away. We just continued soaking and talking about what hikes we wanted to do the next day. Later that night, we were all inside. My parents were playing cards at the kitchen table, and I was reading on the couch. My mom's phone chimed, and she said her friend Rebecca had texted back about the photos she'd sent. "That's weird," my mom said, frowning at her phone. "Rebecca's asking who those people are in the background." "What people?" My dad put down his cards. I got up and looked over my mom's shoulder at the photo. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just my parents smiling in the hot tub with the forest behind them. But then my mom zoomed in on the tree line, maybe 20 yards behind the deck. That's when I saw them. There was what looked like a young Native American woman standing between two pine trees. She had this elaborate headdress or something on, and her face was partially in shadow. But what really freaked me out was the figure next to her. It was unnaturally tall, like impossibly tall, at least 7 or 8 feet. It was thin and had these long limbs, but its features were, I don't know how to describe it, blurred, like when you try to take a picture of something moving too fast. It didn't look human. "I didn't see anyone out there," my dad said, taking the phone from my mum. His hands were shaking slightly. "Maybe it's just a weird shadow or something," my mum suggested, but her voice was higher than normal. I took the phone and zoomed in more. The Native American woman's face became clearer. She looked young, maybe in her 20s, with high cheekbones and these piercing eyes that seemed to stare right through the camera. The tall figure beside her was still indistinct, but I could make out what looked like antlers or branches extending from its head. "Let me go outside and check," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. My parents followed me out onto the back deck. The night was pitch black now, and the forest was just a wall of darkness beyond the reach of the cabin's outdoor lights. I held up the phone, trying to match the angle of the photo to see if there was anything there that could explain what we were seeing. That's when I heard it, a loud rustling sound from the edge of the woods. My dad flipped on the powerful flashlight he'd brought, sweeping it across the tree line. For a split second, I swear, I saw something move behind an old oak tree. The flashlight beam caught what looked like antlers, but they were way too high up, like at the height of the tree itself, a good 12 feet off the ground. As the light fixed on that spot, I saw it. A deer skull, bleached white, staring back at us. Not a living deer, just the skull, perched atop something I couldn't quite make out. And then it was gone, darting away with a speed that made the trees shake. Whatever it was big, really big. "Dad!" I yelled, backing up against the cabin wall. My dad, who's not a small guy, looked terrified. He swept the flashlight back and forth frantically. "Get inside," he said quietly. We heard it moving through the forest, branches breaking, undergrowth being crushed. Whatever it was heading away from us, deeper into the valley behind the cabin. The sound faded, but none of us relaxed. We went back inside and locked every door and window. None of us slept that night. We kept all the lights on and took turns watching the windows. My mom wanted to leave immediately, but the road down the mountain wasn't safe to drive at night, especially with how steep and winding it was. We agreed to pack up first thing in the morning. While we were waiting for dawn, I couldn't help myself. I started researching the area on my phone, using the cabin's spotty Wi-Fi. My mom joined me, and we found this local history website about the Appalachian region. There was an article about territorial disputes between Native American tribes that had lived there hundreds of years ago. The article mentioned a young woman from one tribe who had been captured during a conflict. According to the story, she was scalped and beheaded in the valley directly behind where our cabin now stood. The article included a sketch of what she might have looked like based on tribal descriptions passed down through oral history. My mom and I just stared at each other. The woman in the sketch had the same high cheekbones, the same piercing eyes as the figure in our photo. The article didn't mention anything about a tall creature, but it did talk about how the woman's tribe believed her spirit was now bound to a forest guardian who protected the sacred land where she died. As soon as it was light enough, we packed our stuff and got ready to leave. While my parents were loading the car, I remembered something I'd made on the first day at the cabin, a spear I'd carved from a piece of wood I'd found in the forest. I'd spent hours working on it, stripping the bark, sharpening one end with my pocket knife, even carving little symbols into the handle that I'd made up. It was just something to do, you know? I never thought it would mean anything. I grabbed the spear from where I'd left it leaning against the cabin wall. For some reason, I didn't want to leave it behind. Looking back, that was the worst mistake I could have made. We drove home in silence. My parents tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was other hikers playing a prank. Maybe the photo had some weird digital glitch. Maybe we were all just tired and stressed. But I knew what I'd seen in those woods wasn't natural. The first few days after we got home, everything seemed normal. I went back to school, started working on college applications, tried to forget about the cabin. But then the dreams started. Every night, I'd see that deer skull staring at me from the darkness of my room. I'd wake up gasping for air, convinced something was standing over my bed. I started hearing scratching at my window at night, but when I'd look, nothing was there. By November, things got worse. I began seeing the Native American woman from the photo standing in corners of rooms, just watching me. She never spoke, never moved, just stared with those same piercing eyes. I told my parents, but they thought I was just processing a scary experience. My dad suggested I talk to someone, maybe get some help dealing with what he called trauma from the scare we had. But it wasn't just in my head. One night in December, my mom heard me screaming and ran to my room. She found me pressed against the wall, pointing at the empty center of my room, shouting, "It's coming, it's here!" Over and over again. I could see it clearly, that impossibly tall figure with the deer skull head, standing in my bedroom, reaching for me with limbs that seemed to stretch and bend unnaturally. But my mom saw nothing. After that night, things escalated quickly. Objects in my room would move when I wasn't looking. I'd find scratches on my walls, my ceiling, sometimes even on my skin when I woke up. The spear I'd brought back, which I'd put in my closet, would somehow end up in different places around my room. By January, I wasn't sleeping at all. I was failing classes, losing weight, jumping at every shadow. My parents were terrified. They took me to doctors, therapists, even a neurologist who suggested I might be having some kind of seizures that were causing hallucinations. Nothing helped. It wasn't until my grandmother came to visit in February that things changed. She's deeply religious, and after hearing what was happening, insisted this was something spiritual. She brought in her pastor, who listened to our story about the cabin, the photo, and everything that had happened since. When I showed him the spear, his expression changed. He asked where I'd found the wood, if I'd taken it from a special place, if I'd cut it from a living tree. I told him I'd found it already fallen near the edge of the forest behind the cabin. He nodded grimly and said I'd taken something from sacred ground that was protected. That same day, they performed what I can only describe as some kind of exorcism or cleansing. They used holy water, prayers, even had me formally baptized again. I'd been baptized as a baby. The pastor insisted we destroy the spear immediately, not just throw it away, but burn it completely. My dad built a fire in our backyard fire pit, and I threw the spear in. As it burned, I swear I heard a high-pitched keening sound, like someone or something was screaming in pain or rage. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My mom and dad heard it too. I could tell by the way they looked at each other. That was 6 months ago. The vision stopped almost immediately after we burned the spear. No more nightmares, no more scratches, no more feeling of being watched. But I still can't shake the feeling that we disturbed something ancient and powerful in those mountains. something that doesn't forgive easily. I haven't told anyone else about this until now. Sometimes I still look at that photo on my mom's phone. The figures are still there, still watching us from the tree line. I wonder if anyone else who stayed in that cabin has experienced what we did, or if we were targeted specifically because I took something I shouldn't have. All I know is I'm never going back to the Appalachian Mountains. Some places should be left alone. Some boundaries shouldn't be crossed. And if you ever find yourself in a secluded cabin in the woods, remember, just because you can't see what's watching you doesn't mean it isn't there. Uday see story 19. Ashmistazar, I still can't explain what happened in that hotel room. It's been 3 years, and I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but I can't come up with any explanation that makes sense. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or paranormal stuff usually. I need evidence, you know? Well, that weekend I got some, and I wish I hadn't. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip to visit my older brother in Westfield. He'd moved there for work about 6 months earlier, and my mum thought it would be nice to surprise him since his birthday was coming up. We're pretty close as a family, so my dad, mom, and I made the 4-hour drive on a Friday in October. We booked this roadside hotel called the Westfield Inn. Nothing fancy, just your standard 2-star place with faded carpets and that weird hotel room smell that's a mix of cleaning products and old air conditioning. It was cheap though, only $80 a night, which is why we always stayed there when visiting my brother. The first strange thing happened during dinner. We'd picked up some Chinese takeout and brought it back to eat in our room because we were all tired from the drive. We spread everything out on this small circular table near the window. You know, those wobbly hotel tables with the laminate top that's peeling at the edges. I was sitting there, scrolling through my phone while eating some lo mein, when something caught my eye. The little plastic container of sweet and sour sauce, one of those clear containers with the red lid, was moving, not sliding because someone bumped the table. Moving, like deliberately. At first I thought maybe I was just tired and seeing things. The sauce container slid about 3 inches across the table, stopped for a few seconds, then moved another inch or so. It wasn't fast, but it was purposeful. I know how crazy that sounds. I blinked hard, thinking I must be hallucinating from exhaustion. Then I noticed my mom was staring at it too. "Are you seeing this?" she whispered, not taking her eyes off the container. My dad was in the bathroom at the time, so it was just us two. I nodded, and we both just sat there, frozen, watching this stupid sauce container glide across the table like it was being pulled by an invisible string. "Maybe it's the table," I said, trying to be rational. "Maybe it's not level." So we did some tests. We placed the container back where it started and watched. Nothing happened. I jumped up and down near the table. Nothing. Mom shook the table. The container just vibrated in place like you'd expect. I waved my hands around it to see if there were any weird air currents. Nothing. We even opened and closed the window to check if that would cause it to move. Nope. The only way we could get that container to move was by physically pushing it. We didn't tell my dad when he came out of the bathroom. What would we even say? Hey, the sweet and sour sauce is possessed. He'd think we were nuts. So we just exchanged looks and finished dinner in relative silence, both of us occasionally glancing at the container, which remained perfectly still for the rest of the meal. I tried to forget about it as we got ready for bed. The room had 2 queen beds. I was sharing with Mom, while Dad got the other one. He snores like a chainsaw. I fell asleep pretty quickly despite what had happened. Then came the middle of the night incident. I was dead asleep when my mom shook me awake. It was dark, and I could barely make out her face, but I could tell she was freaked out. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I hadn't heard anything. I was completely out, but now that I was awake, I could see that my dad was up too, putting on his glasses. "There was a loud crash in the bathroom," my mom said, her voice shaking, like something fell. My dad, always the practical one, got up to check. I watched as he flipped on the bathroom light. From my bed, I could see him standing in the doorway, looking confused. "What the hell?" he muttered. I got up and joined him, my mom right behind me. The bathroom was small, typical hotel setup with a toilet, sink, and shower/tub combo. My toiletry bag was on the counter where I'd left it, but my face wash bottle was in the middle of the floor, about 4 feet from the counter. "Did you leave it on the edge?" my dad asked me. I shook my head. No, it was definitely in my toiletry bag. I picked it up and showed them. The bottle had been zipped inside the side pocket of my bag, which was still zipped closed. We all just stood there, trying to figure it out. For the bottle to get from my zipped bag to the middle of the floor, someone would have had to 1. Unzip the bag, 2. Take out the bottle, 3. Throw it with some force to get it that far, 4. Zip the bag back up, all without any of us hearing anything until the final crash of the bottle hitting the floor. My dad tried to rationalize it. Maybe I hadn't zipped it properly. Maybe it was balanced precariously and fell. But none of that explained how it got 4 feet away from the counter. The bottle would have had to make a sharp right turn mid-air to land where it did if it had simply fallen. It was around 3:30 in the morning, according to the digital clock on the nightstand. We all felt uneasy, but we were too tired to pack up and find another hotel in the middle of the night. So we went back to bed, but I don't think any of us slept well for the rest of the night. I kept staring at the bathroom door, half expecting to see other objects flying out. The next morning, we didn't talk much about what happened. My dad was dismissive. Must have been balanced weird, but my mum was visibly shaken. She kept looking around the room like she expected to see something. We spent the day with my brother, celebrating his birthday with lunch and hanging out at his apartment. It was normal and fun, and I almost managed to forget about the weird incidents, almost. When we got back to the hotel that evening, my mom pulled me aside while Dad was parking the car. "I don't want to stay in this room another night," she said firmly. I understood completely. "Should we ask to switch rooms?" She nodded. So when we got inside, I called the front desk. Luckily, they had another room available on a different floor. We didn't give them the real reason, just said we were having issues with the air conditioning. 20 minutes later, we were in a new room, almost identical to the first, but on the 3rd floor instead of the 2nd. Nothing strange happened that night. We went home the next day, and the drive back was quiet. I could tell my mom was still thinking about it because she kept bringing up little details. "The sauce container didn't just slide," she'd say. "It moved, stopped, then moved again. Like someone was pushing it with their finger. Or that face wash bottle had to have been thrown. There's no other explanation." My dad would just sigh and turn up the radio. Here's the thing that still bothers me the most. My mum and I both saw the sauce container move at the same time. It wasn't just me imagining things. We both witnessed it, which rules out individual hallucination. And the face wash bottle, it was physically impossible for it to end up where it did, without someone or something moving it. We've been back to Westfield several times since then to visit my brother. We still stay at the Westfield Inn because it's cheap and convenient, but my mum absolutely refuses to stay in room 215 again. We always specifically request a different room when booking. The last time we visited, about 6 months ago, I got curious and asked the front desk clerk if anyone had ever reported anything strange in room 215. The clerk, an older woman who looked like she'd been working there forever, gave me a strange look. "Why do you ask?" I shrugged, trying to seem casual. "Just curious. We stayed there once and thought we heard some weird noises." She hesitated, then leaned forward and lowered her voice. "That room gets more complaints than any other. Nothing major, just things being moved around, noises at night. Management had the room checked for pests, plumbing issues, everything. Never found anything wrong." She must have seen something in my expression because she quickly added, "I'm sure it's nothing. Old building, you know, pipes and settling." But I could tell from her face that she didn't believe that any more than I did. I've tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe there were vibrations from nearby traffic that caused the sauce container to move in that specific way. Maybe someone in the next room bumped the connecting wall just right to make my face wash bottle fly out of my bag. Maybe there were micro-earthquakes or some weird air pressure phenomenon. But none of those explanations feel right. They don't account for the deliberate nature of the movements we witnessed. I'm not saying it was definitely something paranormal. I still want to believe there's a rational explanation I just haven't thought of yet. But whatever it was real. My mom and I both experienced it, and no amount of rationalization has been able to explain it away completely. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed in that room for longer. Would more things have moved? Would whatever was there have tried to communicate in other ways? Part of me is curious, but a bigger part is glad we switched rooms when we did, because whatever was in room 215 at the Westfield Inn, it definitely knew we were there, and it wanted us to know it was there too. Story 20. I've never shared this publicly before. For the past 15 years, I've been researching paranormal phenomena, and what I'm about to tell you happened just 3 months ago. I'm still trying to process everything. I'm not some crackpot. I have a PhD in theoretical physics from MIT, and I've spent my career examining the unexplained with scientific rigor. My name is Marcus Bennett, and I operate a small paranormal research lab in Portland. My colleagues in mainstream science think I've wasted my career, but I've always believed there's something more to these phenomena than mass delusion or fraud. After analyzing thousands of reports of ghosts, demons, angels, and UFOs over the years, I noticed something striking. The similarities in how these entities behave. They appear suddenly, often to isolated individuals. They communicate in ways that seem tailored to the cultural background of the witness. They manipulate physical reality in limited ways, and they disappear just as mysteriously as they arrive. About 6 months ago, I developed a theory. What if these aren't separate phenomena at all? What if ghosts, demons, angels, and extraterrestrials are all manifestations of the same thing? Beings from parallel dimensions occasionally breaking through into our reality. The multiverse theory isn't new in physics, but applying it to paranormal experiences gave me a framework. I started designing an experiment that might allow deliberate communication across these dimensional barriers. Previous attempts at spirit communication, seances, Ouija boards, EVP sessions, all suffer from the same flaw. They're open invitations. If parallel worlds exist, sending out an open call is like shouting into a crowded stadium. You have no control over who might answer. I needed something more targeted. That's when I had my breakthrough. Instead of an open invitation, what if I tried to contact a specific individual across dimensions? But who? It couldn't be a random person. The noise-to-signal ratio would be impossible. It needed to be someone who would be attuned to such communication attempts, someone with knowledge of the occult and sensitivity to paranormal energies. This might sound crazy, but I decided to target a fictional character, John Constantine. Yes, from the comics and that Keanu Reeves movie. My reasoning was this: if the multiverse is infinite, then somewhere, in some reality, versions of our fictional characters must exist. And Constantine, being who he is in fiction, would be precisely the type of person attuned to interdimensional communication. I set up my lab with equipment designed to detect subtle electromagnetic variations, temperature fluctuations, and audio outside human hearing range. I created a specialized white noise generator that produced frequencies based on mathematical constants that appear throughout nature. I also included visual stimuli, symbols from various occult traditions that appear cross-culturally. For weeks, nothing happened. I'd run sessions for hours, recording everything, then spend days analyzing the data. No anomalies. I was beginning to think I'd wasted months of work. Then, 3 months ago, on a Tuesday evening, I was running what felt like my 100th session. It was around 9 at night. I remember because I was tired and thinking about calling it quits for the day. This is Dr. Marcus Bennett attempting interdimensional communication with John Constantine or any entity from his dimensional plane, I said into my recorder, feeling slightly ridiculous as always. I'm sending this message from Portland, Oregon, Earth on October 12th, 2023. I continued with my usual script, explaining my research and asking a series of questions designed to establish communication. Then I added something new. I described a specific occult ritual from Constantine lore, one that wasn't widely known outside of deep comic book fandom. The temperature in the room dropped. Not dramatically, just a few degrees, but enough that I noticed. My monitoring equipment confirmed it, a 4-degree drop in less than 30 seconds. The white noise generator started producing a pattern I hadn't programmed. At first, I thought it was malfunctioning, but when I analyzed the audio later, I found something embedded in the noise, a voice. It was faint, and at first I thought it was just pareidolia, the human tendency to find patterns in random noise, but when I ran it through filtering software, it became clearer. Hear you? Who? This? Just those fragments, but distinct enough that I couldn't dismiss them. My heart was racing as I responded. This is Marcus Bennett, researcher from Portland. I'm attempting to establish communication across dimensional barriers. More white noise and then dimensional breach, dangerous. What ritual did mention? I described the ritual again in more detail. The temperature dropped another 2 degrees. The lights in my lab flickered. Know that ritual. How do you... My name. The voice was becoming clearer with each exchange. It had a British accent, which matched the character, but that could have been my brain filling in details. I know of you from stories in my world, I explained. In my dimension, you exist as a fictional character in narratives about the occult and supernatural. Silence for almost a minute. Then, bloody hell, that's new one. I couldn't believe it. I was either experiencing a profound delusion or actually communicating with what appeared to be John Constantine from another dimension. The scientific part of my brain was screaming that this was impossible, but the evidence was right there in my recordings. Can you describe your world? I asked. How does it differ from mine? Magic is real here. Demons walk. Thin places between worlds. Not all of it came through clearly, but enough to be meaningful. I asked more questions about the nature of his reality, about how the barriers between dimensions worked. Like a membrane, some can pass through, dangerous to puncture. I asked about other paranormal phenomena, ghosts, angels, aliens. All the same thing, different perceptions. Human minds can't comprehend the true. The communication was becoming weaker. The temperature was starting to rise back to normal. I felt desperate to maintain the connection. How can I improve this communication channel? I asked quickly. Blood ritual, but not worth, cost. The lights flickered again, more violently this time. My equipment began registering electromagnetic spikes that were off the charts. Something was happening beyond just audio communication. The air in the center of my lab seemed to waver, like heat rising from asphalt. I could see a distortion, almost like a tear in the fabric of reality. Through it, just for a moment, I saw what looked like a dimly lit room with occult symbols drawn on the floor. And a figure, just a silhouette, standing there. Constantine, I whispered. The figure moved closer to the distortion on their side. I still couldn't make out features, but I saw what looked like a cigarette glowing in the darkness. Stop this now, drawing attention. Things you don't want. Notice you. The distortion was growing, the tear widening. The temperature in the room plummeted to near freezing. My breath came out in visible puffs, and then I heard it. Not through my equipment, but in the room itself. A voice, British, tired, with a hint of perpetual cynicism. You've got no idea what you're messing with, mate. Close this bloody thing now before something nasty comes through. I was frozen in place, equal parts terrified and exhilarated. This was proof. actual proof of interdimensional communication. The figure took another step forward, and I could almost make out facial features through the distortion. But then I noticed something else. Other shadows moving in the background on the other side, shapes that didn't look human. "They're coming," the voice said urgently. "Close it." I didn't know how. The experiment was supposed to be passive observation, not creating an actual portal. This was beyond anything I'd anticipated. One of the shadow figures on the other side moved with frightening speed toward the tear. The Constantine figure turned and seemed to be trying to block it. "Bloody amateur," he shouted, and I heard what sounded like Latin incantations. The shadow retreated, but the tear was still growing. Equipment all around my lab was shorting out. My computer screens showed nothing but static. "How do I close it?" I yelled. "The symbols, reverse them." The voice was breaking up again, becoming part of the white noise. I frantically began altering the visual stimuli, reversing the occult symbols I'd been projecting. Nothing changed. The tear continued to grow. Then I remembered something from my research. Constantine often used blood in his rituals. I grabbed a letter opener from my desk, and without allowing myself to think about it, sliced my palm. The pain was sharp and immediate. Blood welled up, and I pressed my hand against the nearest symbol I'd drawn. The effect was instantaneous. The tear began to shrink, the temperature started to rise, the shadows on the other side seemed to recede, but before the portal closed completely, I heard one last message. "Don't try this again, Professor. Next time, what comes through might not leave." And then it was gone. The room returned to normal temperature. My equipment stopped shorting out. The only evidence anything had happened was my bleeding hand and the recordings. I've spent the last 3 months analyzing those recordings. The voice is clear in parts, responding directly to my questions with information I couldn't have known. The temperature and electromagnetic data show anomalies that can't be explained by equipment malfunction. I'm left with 2 possibilities. Either I experienced a psychotic break and somehow manufactured all of this evidence, or I actually established communication with a parallel dimension. The scientific community would obviously favor the first explanation, but I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. I haven't attempted another communication session. Not yet. But I can't stop thinking about what this means. If my theory is correct, then what we've been calling supernatural phenomena throughout human history might actually be glimpses of other dimensions, other realities bleeding into our own. And sometimes when the conditions are right, we can reach across that barrier, make contact. But as I learned, making contact doesn't mean we're in control of what might come through. I don't know if I'll ever try again. The warning was pretty clear, but the scientist in me can't let this go. I've proven interdimensional communication is possible. The question now is, do I dare continue? Story 21. I've always been the weird one in my family. Growing up, I'd see things in the corners of rooms that no one else could see. Shadows that moved when they shouldn't. Figures that disappeared when I tried to focus on them. My parents chalked it up to an overactive imagination. And honestly, I started to believe them. By the time I hit my teens, I'd convinced myself that all those sightings were just my brain playing tricks on me. But what happened last week in my childhood bedroom has me questioning everything again. I'm 19 now, living at home while taking classes at the community college in Lakeside. It's cheaper than dorming, and honestly, I like being close to my family. We've got this small suburban home that's cozy, but nothing special. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, the standard setup. My room is exactly how it was when I was a kid. Pink walls that I've been meaning to repaint for literally forever, and these glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling that I refuse to take down. It started on Tuesday night. I was up late studying for my psychology midterm, completely zoned out with my headphones on. Around 1 in the morning, I saw movement at my door from the corner of my eye. When I looked up, my dad was standing there, just watching me. Dad. I pulled my headphones off. Do you need something? He didn't answer, just kept staring. Something felt off about the way he was standing. Too still, almost rigid. His expression was blank, and his eyes looked weirdly dark in the hallway shadows. Dad? I said again, feeling this creeping unease. Then he just turned and walked away. Didn't say a word. I sat there for a minute, super confused, before getting up to check if everything was okay. But when I went into the hallway, all the lights were off, and my parents' bedroom door was closed. I could hear my dad snoring inside. I stood there trying to process what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was I that sleep-deprived? I decided that must be it. I was exhausted and seeing things, so I went back to my room, but I couldn't concentrate anymore. I shut my books and went to bed. The next day, I didn't mention it to anyone. It seemed too stupid, like I was a little kid afraid of the dark again. But I kept thinking about how strange my dad had looked in the doorway. Something about his eyes hadn't been right. That night is when things got seriously messed up. I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, watching Netflix on my laptop, when I heard the familiar click-clack of little paws on the hardwood floor. We got this golden retriever puppy, Daisy, about 3 months ago, and she's literally the light of my life. I looked up, and sure enough, there she was, standing in my doorway, wagging her tail. Daisy, you're not supposed to be upstairs, I scolded, but with that baby voice everyone uses with puppies. Come here, silly girl. She just stood there, tail wagging, but didn't come when I called. Which was weird, because Daisy always comes running when anyone acknowledges her existence. Then I noticed something off about her eyes. They looked flat, dull. Not the usual bright, alert puppy eyes. That's when my mom called from downstairs. Eliza, can you bring down a charger? My phone's about to die, and Daisy won't stop trying to chew on mine. My blood went cold. If Daisy was downstairs with my mom, I looked back at the doorway, and the puppy was still there, staring at me. But now its tail had stopped wagging, and its mouth was open slightly, revealing teeth that looked too sharp, too numerous. Coming, I yelled to my mum, my voice breaking. I didn't take my eyes off the thing in my doorway as I slid off my bed and back toward my window. The fake Daisy started to move toward me, its movements jerky and unnatural, like someone trying to imitate how a dog walks but not quite getting it right. I grabbed my phone and charger, then bolted past the thing, practically flying down the stairs. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I reached the living room, there was my mom on the couch, scrolling through her phone, with the real Daisy curled up in her lap, gnawing on a chew toy. Took you long enough, Mom said, not looking up. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. I almost laughed at how accurate that was. Nothing, I managed. Just thought I saw a spider. I sat with them for over an hour, trying to calm down, telling myself I was just tired, stressed from midterms, maybe coming down with something. But I knew what I'd seen. That thing wasn't Daisy. It wasn't anything natural. When I finally worked up the courage to go back upstairs, I checked every corner of my room. Nothing, no fake dog, no strange presence. I convinced myself to stay in my room that night, but I slept with my desk lamp on. The next day passed normally. I went to class, came home, helped my mom with dinner. I almost managed to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Almost. That night, I was at my desk, finally rewriting my notes for psych when it happened again. That familiar click-clack of puppy nails on the floor. I froze, pen hovering over my notebook, not wanting to look up, but I had to. There she was again, fake Daisy, standing in my doorway, tail wagging, those dead eyes fixed on me. This time I had a plan. I'd been thinking about it all day. I slowly got up, pretending to stretch, then walked over to my dresser where I keep this little jewelry altar thing my aunt got me. It's got a small mirror attached to it. I positioned myself so I could see the doorway in the reflection while pretending to fiddle with my necklaces. Good girl, Daisy, I said, my voice shaking despite my efforts to sound normal. Just stay there, okay? In the mirror, I could see the fake puppy still in the doorway. But as I watched, it started to change. Its form seemed to ripple, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. I held my breath, watching in horror as it began to morph into something else, something taller, thinner. Then I glanced to my right in the mirror and nearly screamed. The reflection showed Daisy standing right next to me, not in the doorway anymore. But when I whipped around, there was nothing there. I looked back at the mirror. Daisy was still there in the reflection, her image distorted now, elongated, with that too wide mouth opening to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. I ran. I didn't even think, just bolted out of my room and down the stairs, nearly tripping in my panic. I headed straight for the kitchen, desperate for water, my throat suddenly bone dry from fear, and there in the living room as I passed was my mom, reading a book, with the real Daisy asleep in her lap. My mom looked up, concerned. Eliza. What's wrong? I couldn't tell her. How do you tell your mom that something is pretending to be your dog, that something is in your room, watching you, mimicking the things you love? Nothing, I choked out. Just thirsty. That night, I slept on the couch. Told my mom I was having trouble sleeping and wanted to try something different. She gave me a weird look, but didn't push it. As I lay there in the dark living room, Daisy curled up on the floor beside me, I started thinking about other strange things that had happened in this house over the years, things I'd dismissed or rationalized away. When I was 12, my parents were going through a rough patch. They fought a lot, and sometimes they'd forget about dinner. I remember sitting alone at the kitchen table one night, hungry, but too scared to interrupt their argument to ask for food. Suddenly, a box of crackers flew off the counter and landed right in front of me. I thought it had just fallen, but there was no way it could have landed so perfectly. It happened again a few days later with an apple that rolled across the counter and fell right into my lap. Another time, when I was 15, I was having a really bad day. This girl at school, Melissa, had spread some nasty rumors about me, and I came home crying. I hid under my blankets, sobbing, when I felt my bed sink down like someone sitting on the edge. Then I felt a hand gently patting my back, rubbing small circles like my mom used to do when I was little. "Thanks, Jake," I sniffled, assuming it was my brother. "For what?" came his voice from his desk across the room. I peeked out from under the blankets to see him sitting at his computer, headphones around his neck, looking confused. There was no one sitting on my bed. I'd convinced myself I'd imagined these things. But now, lying on the couch with the real Daisy snoring softly beside me, I wasn't so sure anymore. What if there had always been something in our house, something that sometimes helped, sometimes just watched? And what if there was something new now, something different, something that mimicked the people and animals I loved? The next morning, I woke up early and did something I'd never done before. I searched online for information about entities that mimic people and animals. I found all sorts of folklore about doppelgangers and shapeshifters, but nothing that quite matched what I was experiencing. I went to class that day feeling like I was walking around in a fog. When I got home, I gathered my courage and went back to my room. I had to face this thing, whatever it was. My room looked normal, peaceful even. I sat on my bed and spoke out loud, feeling incredibly stupid but desperate. "I know you're here," I said to the empty room. "I don't know what you want, but this is my home. You're scaring me." Nothing happened. No response. No sign that anything had heard me. But the air felt different somehow. Heavier, like right before a thunderstorm. That night, I decided to sleep in my own bed. I was exhausted from lack of sleep and the constant anxiety. I figured if this thing wanted to hurt me, it would have done so already. I fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. Then sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up with that feeling you get when someone's watching you. My room was dark, except for the faint glow of my stars on the ceiling. I lay perfectly still, afraid to move, when I heard breathing that wasn't mine, slow, deliberate breaths coming from the foot of my bed. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I knew something was there. Then my eyes adjusted, and I made out a shape. It looked like Daisy again, sitting at the foot of my bed watching me, but Daisy sleeps in my parents' room. Always has. The shape started to change, growing taller, morphing into something vaguely human. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but watch as it transformed. Then my door creaked open, letting in a sliver of hallway light. The real Daisy poked her head in, whining softly. Behind her, I heard my mum's sleepy voice. "Eliza, is everything okay? Daisy was scratching at your door." The shape at the foot of my bed vanished, just disappeared into thin air. By the time my mum flipped on my light, there was nothing there. "I'm fine," I lied. "Just a bad dream." But it wasn't a dream, and I don't know what to do. I still sleep in my room, but I keep my light on all night now. I've seen the mimic 3 more times since then. Once as my brother standing in my closet, once as my own reflection that moved differently than I did, and once as just a dark shape with no distinguishable features. I've started to wonder if there are 2 different entities in our house. The one that used to help me when I was younger, throwing food to me when I was hungry, comforting me when I was sad. And this new one, the mimic, with its dead eyes and wrong movements. Or maybe they're the same thing, and its intentions have changed. All I know is that I'm not imagining this. Something is in my house, something that can look like the people and animals I love. And I have no idea what it wants from me. I've always been able to see things others can't. I just never thought those things would start seeing me back. Story 22. I still can't explain what happened that night 3 years ago. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but nothing makes sense. I was 21 then, living with my parents and younger brother in this old Victorian house my parents bought when I was in high school. It's a beautiful place with lots of character, but that night changed how I feel about being alone in it. It was around 2 in the morning and I couldn't sleep. This was pretty normal for me. I've always been a night owl, especially during summer break from college. After tossing and turning for over an hour, I decided to go downstairs and make a sandwich. Nothing unusual about that. Late night snacks were kind of my thing. The house was quiet, everyone else was asleep. I remember the stairs creaking slightly as I made my way down in the darkness, using just the light from my phone to guide me. I didn't want to turn on the hallway lights and risk waking anyone up. As soon as I reached the bottom of the stairs, something felt off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just this weird sensation in the pit of my stomach. You know that feeling when you think someone's watching you. It was like that, but more intense. I remember pausing at the bottom of the stairs, listening. The house was completely silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I told myself I was being stupid. Our house is old, and old houses make strange noises. Plus, it was the middle of the night, and everything feels creepier at 2 a.m. So I shook it off and headed to the kitchen. I flipped on the kitchen light, and the sudden brightness was almost comforting. Our kitchen is pretty big, with an island in the middle and lots of counter space. I went straight to the fridge and started pulling out stuff for a sandwich. Turkey, cheese, lettuce, mayo, normal stuff, but the whole time I was making my sandwich, that uneasy feeling kept growing. I remember standing at the counter, knife in hand, spreading mayo on bread, when I got this overwhelming urge to look over my shoulder, like I needed to check if someone was there. I turned around quickly, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway, but there was nothing. Just the empty kitchen with its worn tile floor and the window above the sink that reflected my own face back at me, looking nervous. I tried to laugh it off. "You're freaking yourself out, Emma," I remember saying out loud, just to hear a human voice. The sound of my own voice did help a little, but not much. I finished making my sandwich and cleaned up, putting everything back in the fridge. I was actually thinking about just eating in the kitchen instead of going back upstairs. That's how much I didn't want to walk through the dark house again. But then I decided I was being ridiculous. It's my house, for God's sake. I've lived here for years, so I picked up my plate, turned off the kitchen light and stepped into the hallway. And that's when it happened. This wave of pure, absolute terror hit me out of nowhere. It wasn't like being startled or scared by a noise. It was this primal, instinctive fear that just crashed over me like a bucket of ice water. My heart started racing so fast I could feel it in my throat. My hands went cold and started shaking. I couldn't breathe properly. And the worst part? Nothing had happened. Nothing I could see or hear or point to. Just this sudden, overwhelming feeling that something was terribly wrong and I needed to get out now. I don't know why, but I immediately stepped back and slammed the kitchen door shut behind me. I'd never done that before. We usually keep all the doors open in the house, but in that moment it felt absolutely necessary, like my life depended on closing that door. The second, and I mean the exact second, that door clicked shut, I heard it, a scream, a woman's scream, coming from our living room, which was just down the hall from where I was standing. It wasn't like a scream from a movie or TV show. It wasn't theatrical. It was raw and terrified and real. It started as a gasp and then built into this blood-curdling wail that made my whole body go rigid. It sounded like someone was being murdered, and it was loud, not like it was coming from outside or from a neighbor's house. It was right there in our living room, maybe 15 feet away from where I stood frozen in the hallway. I dropped my sandwich. The plate shattered on the hardwood floor. I remember looking down at the broken pieces for a split second, and then I ran. I didn't think about it. I didn't consider investigating or calling out. Pure survival instinct kicked in, and I bolted up those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. I burst into my parents' bedroom without knocking, babbling about someone screaming downstairs. My dad jumped out of bed immediately, grabbed the baseball bat he keeps under the bed, and went downstairs with my mom right behind him. I stayed in their room, shaking, trying to catch my breath and explain what had happened. They searched the entire house, every room, every closet, under every bed. They checked all the doors and windows. Nothing was unlocked or broken. There was no sign that anyone had been in our house. The only evidence that anything had happened at all was my broken plate and ruined sandwich on the hallway floor. And here's the thing that still haunts me. Neither of them heard the scream. Not my parents, not my brother who was sleeping just down the hall from me. No one heard it except me. My mom suggested it might have been a pipe making a strange noise, or maybe a neighbor or someone outside, but I know what I heard. It wasn't a pipe. It wasn't distant. It was a woman screaming in terror in our living room. We stayed up for another hour or so, with my dad checking the house again and my mom making tea to calm me down. Eventually they went back to bed, clearly thinking I'd either had a nightmare or had heard something normal and misinterpreted it in the dark. But I couldn't sleep. I sat in my room with all the lights on until morning, jumping at every creak and groan the house made. I kept replaying that scream in my head, trying to figure out if there was any way it could have been something else, but I know what I heard. About 2 weeks later, we got a call that my mum's aunt, my great-aunt Helen, had passed away. She was in her 80s and had been in declining health, so it wasn't unexpected. She lived in another state and I hadn't seen her in a few years. At the funeral, my mum showed me some old family photos, including one of my great-aunt, when she was young, standing in front of our house. That's when I learned that she had actually lived in our house for a few years in her 20s, before my parents bought it. I had no idea. Nobody had ever mentioned it before. I couldn't help wondering if there was a connection between the scream and my great-aunt's death. Was it some kind of warning or message? Was it her spirit somehow? I've never been particularly superstitious or believed in ghosts, but this experience shook those certainties. It's been 3 years, and I've never heard the scream again. But I still think about it all the time. I still get chills when I have to go downstairs alone at night. I still find myself closing the kitchen door sometimes, for no reason other than it makes me feel safer. I've researched explanations, everything from auditory hallucinations to infrasound causing fear responses. I've looked into the history of our house, but found nothing tragic or violent that would explain a haunting. I've even considered the possibility that I experienced some kind of mini seizure or neurological event that made me hear something that wasn't there. But none of these explanations feel right. They don't account for the timing, that split-second connection between me closing the door and hearing the scream. They don't explain the overwhelming fear I felt before anything happened, like my body somehow sensed something my conscious mind couldn't. What bothers me most is that I'll probably never know what really happened that night. Was it a coincidence that my great-aunt died 2 weeks later? Was it her trying to communicate something? Was it something else entirely that I just can't understand? I don't expect anyone to believe me. I probably wouldn't believe it either if someone else told me this story. But I know what I experienced. That scream was real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. And sometimes late at night, when I'm lying in bed unable to sleep, I still hear it echoing in my memory. Clear, terrified, unexplainable. And I still won't go into our kitchen alone after midnight. Story 23. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night in February, and part of me hopes writing it down might help me process it. My boyfriend Tyler and I have been together for almost 3 years, and we moved into our place in Oakwood Heights about 18 months ago. The house isn't anything special. A small 2-bedroom rental built in the 1970s with outdated carpet and those cheap hollow doors. We got it for a decent price, probably because it's on the outskirts of town where the streetlights end. The neighborhood is quiet, mostly older couples and a few young families. Nothing about it screamed haunted when we first viewed it. Looking back, there were signs from the beginning, little things that were easy to dismiss. The first week after moving in, I noticed doors would close by themselves, not slam shut dramatically like in horror movies. They'd just slowly swing closed when we'd leave them open. Tyler blamed it on the house settling or uneven flooring. Then there were the sounds, faint footsteps in the hallway late at night, or the occasional thump from the spare bedroom we used for storage. We'd check, find nothing, and eventually just stopped investigating. The kitchen cabinets would sometimes be open in the morning when we were certain we closed them the night before. Our cat, Jinx, would stare intently at empty corners, his tail puffed up. But we adjusted. That's what humans do, right? We adapt. We normalize. After a couple months, these occurrences became background noise in our daily lives. Just the house being weird again became our standard response. We even started joking about our roommate when something went missing, only to turn up in an obvious place later. I've always been a heavy sleeper. Tyler says I could sleep through the apocalypse. I also have this weird thing where I sometimes sleep with my eyes partially open. It freaked Tyler out the first time he noticed it, but he got used to it eventually. It's some kind of sleep condition, and it's never been a big deal. Until that night in February. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd had a particularly exhausting day at work, dealing with a system outage that kept me on calls until almost 7 in the evening. By the time I got home, I was mentally drained. Tyler had made dinner, pasta with jar sauce, his specialty, and we ate while watching some forgettable Netflix show. Nothing unusual about the evening at all. We went to bed around 11. I fell asleep almost immediately, curled on my side facing Tyler's side of the bed. He usually stays up later than me, scrolling through Reddit or watching YouTube videos with his earbuds in. It's a routine we've had for years. I woke up the next morning to find Tyler already in the kitchen, looking like absolute hell. Dark circles under his bloodshot eyes, hands shaking slightly as he poured his coffee. When I asked if he was okay, he just stared at me for an uncomfortably long time before asking, "Do you remember anything from last night after you fell asleep?" I didn't. As far as I knew, I'd slept soundly through the night. No dreams, no waking up to use the bathroom, nothing. Tyler set his coffee down and sat across from me at our small kitchen table. He wouldn't make eye contact, which immediately sent my anxiety spiraling. That's when he told me what happened. He said he'd been in bed scrolling through his phone around midnight when he felt like someone was watching him. When he looked over, he saw me staring at him, eyes wide open in the darkness. According to Tyler, I was mouthing words to him, but not making any sound. "I kept asking you what you were trying to say," he explained. "I thought maybe you were having a nightmare or something, but you just kept mouthing these words with this expression on your face." He said he reached over and touched my shoulder, trying to wake me up, but I didn't respond at all. That's when he got really freaked out and used his phone flashlight to see me better. "When I shined the light on your face," he said, his voice cracking slightly, "your eyes were closed, Rachel, completely closed. But the second I moved the light away, they looked open again, wide open and staring." A cold feeling washed over me as he continued. He said he tried the light test several times, and each time the same thing happened. In the darkness, my eyes appeared open, staring intently at him while my lips formed silent words. But in the light, my eyes were clearly closed, my face relaxed in sleep. "It was like something was using you to try to talk to me," he said, "but only in the darkness." Tyler admitted he almost got up and slept on the couch. Instead, he turned away from me and lay awake for hours, too terrified to look back. He said he could feel me, or whatever it was, staring at his back all night. I felt violated in a way I can't fully describe. The idea that something had used my body, my face, while I was unconscious, made me physically ill. I'd been fine with the minor hauntings, the doors, the sounds, the small unexplained things. Those were just annoyances happening around us. This was different. This was personal, invasive. "Are you sure it wasn't just a weird shadow thing?" I asked, desperately wanting a rational explanation. Or maybe I really did have my eyes partially open like I sometimes do. Tyler shook his head. "This wasn't that. Your eyes react to light when they're actually open, even partially. These didn't. And you've never mouthed words in your sleep before. You looked conscious, like you were deliberately trying to tell me something." I called in sick to work that day. We spent hours researching sleep disorders, optical illusions, anything that might explain what Tyler had seen. None of it fit. I even recorded myself sleeping the next few nights, but nothing unusual showed up on the videos. The following weeks were tense. Tyler started going to bed at the same time as me instead of staying up later. He positioned his nightstand lamp so he could turn it on instantly if needed. We both slept poorly, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. The strange thing is, the other hauntings, the doors closing, the noises, completely stopped after that night. It was as if whatever presence was in our house had made its attempt to communicate and, having failed, had given up entirely. Or maybe it succeeded in ways we don't understand. We're still in the same house. The rental market is too expensive to move right now, and honestly, part of me is afraid that whatever it is might follow us anyway. There haven't been any more incidents like that night, but sometimes I catch Tyler watching me when he thinks I'm falling asleep. A worried look on his face. I've started wondering about what I might have been trying to say. What message was so important that something would use my unconscious body to deliver it? Was it a warning, a threat, or something else entirely? Last week I found an old journal from the previous tenant tucked behind a loose baseboard in the spare room. Most of the entries were mundane, grocery lists, appointment reminders, daily reflections. But the final entry, dated just 2 weeks before they moved out, simply read, "It's trying to speak through me now. I can't stay here anymore." I haven't shown it to Tyler yet. I'm not sure I should. Sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I feel a strange pressure behind my eyes, like something gently pushing to get out. And occasionally I wake up with my jaw sore, as if I've been talking all night. Tyler has started recording me again while I sleep. He hasn't found anything unusual yet, but he keeps doing it. I caught him reviewing the footage yesterday morning, headphones on, leaning close to his screen with an intense concentration. When I asked what he was looking at, he quickly closed his laptop and said, "Nothing, just some work stuff." I don't believe him. Last night, I pretended to fall asleep early. Through barely open eyes, I watched Tyler set up his phone to record me before he got into bed. After he fell asleep, I checked the previous recordings on his phone. In the most recent video, from 2 nights ago, there's a moment around 3 in the morning where my sleeping face is barely visible in the dim light. My eyes appear closed, but my lips are moving in a distinct pattern, repeating the same sequence over and over. I'm not an expert in lip reading, but it looks like I'm saying, "Help me," or "Let me out." I don't know who or what needs help. I don't know if it's something trying to get out of me, or if it's me trying to get out of something. I just know that every night when I lie down, I feel less and less certain that I'll be the only one waking up in my body the next morning. I'm terrified to sleep tonight, but I'm even more terrified of what might happen if I don't, because whatever is trying to communicate seems to be getting stronger, and I'm not sure how much longer Tyler can pretend he doesn't see it happening again. Story 24. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help or just make it worse, but I need to get this out somewhere. I'm a history major specializing in American folklore, and last summer I landed what should have been my dream internship, cataloging artifacts at the Winchester Mystery House in San Jose. If you don't know about this place, it's this massive Victorian mansion built by Sarah Winchester, the widow of the rifle manufacturer. She supposedly built it non-stop for 38 years to appease the ghosts of people killed by Winchester rifles. The house is insane. Staircases that lead to ceilings, doors that open to walls, rooms within rooms. I'd read about it for years but never visited. My supervisor, Mark, was this older guy who'd worked there for like 20 years. He seemed normal enough at first, if a bit intense about the rules of the place. Never stay after dark, he told me on my first day. Never enter the blue room alone, and if you hear bells ringing when nobody's there, just leave whatever you're doing and walk out. I laughed it off as part of the tourist shtick, you know, playing up the haunted angle. The first week was actually amazing. I spent my days photographing and documenting these incredible Victorian artifacts, exploring the endless maze of rooms and learning the history. During public hours, the place was filled with tourists, and everything felt normal, just a weird old house with a bizarre story behind it. Then, last Tuesday happened. I'd been given permission to document some items in storage areas not open to the public. Mark had a family emergency and had to leave early, around 4 in the afternoon. "Just finish up and lock the office door behind you," he said, "but be out by 6 at the latest." The other tour guides were finishing up their last groups, and I figured I had plenty of time. I was in this back storage room off the conservatory when I realized I'd lost track of time. My phone showed 5:45, and the light outside the windows was already fading. I started packing up my equipment when I heard it, the soft sound of bells ringing somewhere in the house. Not like modern bells, but old-fashioned handbells, the kind you'd ring to summon servants. I froze. The sound seemed to be coming from deeper inside the house, maybe from the direction of that blue room that Mark had mentioned. I told myself it was probably just the last tour guide doing something for the visitors, but then I remembered. The last tour had ended at 5, and everyone should have been gone by now. Against my better judgment, I decided to check it out. I still had 15 minutes before I needed to leave, and my curiosity got the better of me. The house was eerily quiet as I moved through the narrow hallways. If you've never been there, it's hard to describe how disorienting the place is. Doorways that seem like they should connect, logically don't, and you're constantly having to backtrack. As I got closer to the center of the house, the temperature dropped noticeably. California summers are warm, and the old house had been stuffy all day, but suddenly I could see my breath in the air. The bells had stopped, but now I heard what sounded like footsteps above me, slow and deliberate, moving across the ceiling. Then they stopped too. I came to a junction of hallways and realized I wasn't exactly sure where I was. I'd been in many parts of the house over the past week, but this particular spot didn't look familiar. To my right was a narrow doorway with an ornate frame, painted a deep blue, the blue room. Without thinking, I reached for the doorknob. It was ice cold to the touch, and as I turned it, I swear I heard a woman whisper directly into my ear, "You shouldn't be here." I spun around, but the hallway behind me was empty. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I still pushed the door open. The blue room was exactly as I'd seen in photographs, octagonal, with blue velvet wallpaper, and a round table in the center where Sarah Winchester supposedly conducted her seances. Except something was different. On the table were 13 candles arranged in a circle, and they were lit. Fresh candles, with flames that didn't flicker despite the draft from the open door. I stepped inside, telling myself that this must be some kind of setup for tomorrow's tours. But deep down, I knew the tour guides didn't use real candles, fire hazard in a wooden house. As I approached the table, the door behind me slammed shut. I rushed back and tried the knob, but it wouldn't turn. That's when pure panic set in. I pounded on the door, shouting for help, but my voice seemed muffled, as if the room was absorbing the sound. Then the candles went out all at once. Not blown out, they just extinguished simultaneously, plunging the room into darkness. The only light came from a faint blue glow emanating from the walls themselves, pulsing slightly like a heartbeat. In that dim light, I saw that I wasn't alone. A figure stood on the opposite side of the table, a woman in Victorian dress, her face obscured by shadow. She wasn't solid. I could see the outline of the wall behind her. She raised her arm, pointing at me, and the temperature dropped so low that my skin burned with it. "They're coming," she said in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "They're always coming. The rifles bring them. The blood summons them." The walls began to vibrate, and I heard a sound like dozens of people whispering all at once, growing louder by the second. Through the blue haze, I saw shapes forming in the air. Indistinct at first, then more clearly human. Men in tattered Civil War uniforms, Native Americans with wounds in their chests, women clutching children, all of them staring at me with hollow eyes, their faces twisted in expressions of pain and rage. I backed against the door, unable to breathe, unable to scream. The whispers became words I could almost understand, accusations and pleas all mixed together. The woman, Sarah Winchester, I assumed, remained still, watching me as the spirits circled around us both. "They follow the name," she said. "They follow the blood money. Are you here to help me build, or are you one of them?" Before I could answer, the spirits surged toward me all at once. I felt them pass through me like ice water injected into my veins, each one leaving behind an echo of their death. The impact of bullets, the taste of blood, the terror of their final moments. I couldn't stand it. I collapsed to my knees, covering my ears, but the sensations continued. Then the bells started ringing again, louder this time, and Sarah looked up sharply. "Midnight," she whispered, "though my watch showed just past 6. You must go. They are strongest at midnight." The door behind me suddenly swung open, and I fell backward into the hallway. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not caring which direction, just desperate to get away. The hallways seemed to stretch and distort around me, doors appearing and disappearing, staircases leading to different places than they had before. The whole house felt alive and malevolent, playing with me like a cat with a mouse. I turned a corner and came face to face with a man in 19th century clothes, his chest riddled with bullet holes that leaked phantom blood. He reached for me, his mouth opening impossibly wide, and I ducked under his arms and kept running. Somehow I found myself at a window that looked out over the front garden. I was only on the second floor, and there was a sloped roof beneath the window. Without hesitation, I forced the window open and climbed out. The fresh air hit me like a blessing, and I half climbed, half slid down the roof to the edge, then jumped the remaining distance to the ground. Twisting my ankle when I landed, I limped to my car as fast as I could, not looking back at the house until I was inside with the doors locked. When I finally did turn around, I saw figures standing at multiple windows watching me. Not just Sarah, but dozens of others, their faces pale smudges in the gathering darkness. I drove home in a state of shock. When I got to my apartment, I spent an hour in the shower, trying to wash away the cold feeling that had seeped into my bones. I called Mark that night and quit, making up some family emergency of my own. He didn't seem surprised. "You went into the blue room, didn't you?" he asked. When I didn't answer, he sighed. Some people are more visible to them than others. They were drawn to you. Stay away from the house now. They might follow the connection. That was 3 months ago. I've tried to convince myself it was just some kind of hallucination brought on by suggestion and an overactive imagination. Maybe something in the old house, mold or carbon monoxide, affected my brain. That would be the rational explanation. But here's the thing. I still hear the bells sometimes, usually just as I'm falling asleep. And twice now, I've woken up at exactly midnight to find my apartment freezing cold with what looks like breath fog in the air despite the summer heat. Last week, I found a Winchester rifle bullet on my desk, an old one, tarnished with age. I don't own a gun. I've never owned a gun. I haven't been back to the house, and I won't ever go back. But sometimes I think the house, or whatever lives in it, isn't finished with me. I've started looking at apartments in other states. I'm thinking somewhere far from California, maybe somewhere without any connection to the Winchester family at all. If you're planning to visit the Mystery House, go ahead. Thousands of people tour it every year without incident. But if they tell you not to enter certain rooms alone or to leave before dark, take that advice seriously. And if you hear bells ringing when nobody's there, just run.